But it should be live now. Hello everybody, welcome back to some more Steins Gate Zero. When we last left off, we learned a lot again. I mean, when don't we learn a lot in this game? Oh god, so... a lot happened. We got a word line switch, we got reading Steiner activated, and... I'm gonna mention this. I tried looking at the anime for a couple of episodes, and I cannot say that the anime is such a jumbled mess compared to the game. Like, I thought it was going to be on the same level as Steins Gate was. I was going to be like, oh, you know what, they're going to basically follow the events to a T and only have, like, minor changes. And then I start the anime, and it starts off from frickin', like, from where I saved from, like, X-Day Protocol. Just like, what? That happened in 2 episodes of the anime? That took me, like, 7 hours. But, I do want to mention that because I do believe I saw one thing I wasn't supposed to see in the anime. Because I had no significant, like, it didn't show me the time jump. That's what really threw me off, is it didn't show me any of the time jumps. It didn't show me the 1-month time jump with the war, and it didn't show me the 6-month time jump with this Gehenna stigma. So... are we live? Is it a Twitch thing? No, is Twitch having issues? Wow! Of course when I go live. Yep, my Twitch is not loading on my phone. This is just a day of bad luck for me, Jesus. Do I wait? No wonder! Oh, that's why frickin' I was wondering why I was messing around, and that's probably why Streamlabs can't open Twitch, because it can't load. I want to keep on talking, but I don't want to keep on talking if no one's going to see it. And I'm seeing if Twitch is fixing the issue right now. What's it called? Twitch support? Yeah. Okay, well I guess I'll talk more about my thoughts meanwhile. So far, I think, as far as the anime goes, it's structured pretty badly, I'm gonna admit. Like, I didn't think I'd have to say that about Steins Gate, but it was structured really badly in the anime, and while I do understand that in the anime you have to cut some things out of the visual novel, they cut out like 50% of what I've played through. That's not even, like, Jesus Christ. So that's why I was so confused when I was watching it, because I didn't know where in the game timeline the anime was taking place. I felt like they just crammed everything into the span of a few days that was supposed to happen in a couple of months. Like, I feel like a lot of the emotion too has just kind of been stripped away from the anime. You don't see the scene with Suzuha putting on the gloves, you don't see, like, I don't know. I'm gonna finish watching the anime after I play the game, but right now the anime is not sitting well with me. I like it because I can see them animated, but I don't know. It's really, if I wasn't playing the game, I would have been so lost watching the anime. And that's saying something compared to the first anime. Regardless, I do want to continue on with Gehenna Stigma. We did a 6-month jump, and we're still in Maho's perspective, I'm assuming. But it makes me really wonder what the heck happened if nothing has happened in 6 months. Or are they gonna tell me, yeah, everything went to shit in the last 6 months? Because January So this has to be July. Yeah, this is literally the last week that we are able to time travel. So I have no idea what's gonna happen. But yeah. I don't know if Twitch has solved its issues yet. But we're gonna go ahead and start. Hopefully not a lot happens in the first couple of minutes. It was after 11 p.m. Actually, I used the time leap machine, so now I'm 3 hours in the past. It's 8:07 p.m. Some of the labs worked all night and into the morning, but the place wasn't the place wasn't completely abandoned. But compared to daytime, it was quiet. Too quiet. Lights in the halls were off, and it was a little scary walking down them alone. Maho lived in the researcher's apartments next to the lab. She'd been thinking about so many things that night, her head felt like it was going to explode. She looked out the window and realized that the lights were still on in the brain science lab. But the Leskinen must have been working late. He decided to put some coffee in a thermos and take it to him. Why am I doing so much research about time machines anyways? Ever since she'd come back from Japan in January, she spent all her free time on it. Even she had to admit she was getting obsessed. Of course, since this wasn't something she could research in public, and since she couldn't let it interfere with her real job, she had to do all of it in her own room at night. As a result, she was staying up late battling with physics textbooks, an unfamiliar subject to her. Exhaustion and lack of sleep was starting to get to her. The whole idea of a time machine was stupid. She still thought so, but she was surprised at how desperate she was getting. This is all because of Okabe. What Okabe had said to her in Japan still stuck with her. Hi again, Mintaro. It's possible that Kurisu may have been involved in the paper he wrote. Thank you, Deadpool Don, for the follow. It's much appreciated. Mintaro could have been lying, or wrong, or simply delusional. Part of her wanted to believe it was real. Plus, from what she'd seen of Dr. Nakabachi's paper, thank you, Nika Elements, for the follow as well. She didn't want to believe Kurisu was involved. It was just that bad. But thank you, ZDK Gamer, for the follow as well. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. What if his version was an inferior copy of an original that Kurisu wrote? Is this happening now? Thank you, Bounty124, for following the stream. But I'm used to, like, I remember back when I had the old OBS. Thank you, Nevanax, for following the stream as well. There was a... Okay, yeah. I think I might turn off the... Can I... As soon as I saw who followed, I can tell this is... Yep. So one of the issues that OBS can have... Not OBS. Streamlabs. Because this happened before I had Streamlabs OBS. Is it would actually redo all of the alerts that you've ever gotten. So it's just redoing all the follow alerts that have happened in the last couple of months. No way to mute it. There, muted. I don't know how long it's gonna take to get through them all, but hopefully not too much longer. Okay, sorry about that, guys. This is what happens when I don't know what I'm dealing with when I'm testing these things out. I'm assuming the Twitch problems have to do with this as well. Like, oh, I'm now detecting all the information from Twitch. Here are all your follows in the last 3 months. Okay, hopefully It's done. Nanako, that's the last one it says on the top, so hopefully that's it. She could have written it off as a slim possibility, everything would have been so much easier. But now I'm not even clicked on the game, thank you. It was just like her, she thought, to be unable to do that. I wanted to find what Kurisu found. That desire was what drove her to action. But the more research she did, the harder it seemed. It was so hard she was starting to lose faith in what she wanted to believe. Her usual complex started weighing down on her. Kurisu. It can't be you. After all. Kurisu was her dear friend, but at the same time she was starting to feel jealous, frustrated, and hateful. When all those feelings started going around in her mind, there was no way she could focus on work. It was time to chat with Dr. Leskinen for a little and then go to sleep. He headed over to the lab. What is he doing? What evil deeds has he bestowed upon? Professor? Dr. Leskinen seemed surprised at his sudden visit, but he stood up from his chair and welcomed her. What brings you here at this hour? It's time for kids to be in bed. I say those exact same words to you. You've got that right. Dr. Leskinen laughed innocently, like a child at her cutting remark. See the lights on for my room. Here. The cup on Dr. Leskinen's desk was empty. He poured him some coffee from the thermos. And the sticky sweet cafe au lait that she liked, he made it straight black to match the professor's taste. The room was filled with steam and a pleasant smell. It's a surprise. Maho, bringing me coffee? I'm not that bad, am I? But I thought you hated this sort of thing. As I recall, it was the first day you came to this lab. Mary was passing out morning coffee to everyone, and you refused. And do you remember what you said then? Interesting that none of those chat messages popped up on stream. I could see them, but because of the Twitch thing again? It's not letting me edit. Damn you! Can I go to the editor while I'm live? Yes, I can. No reaction, I worked hard for that. I mean, you can try again if you want. It's too late. I don't know if that's the same chat I was using, but we'll use that. You come to work to make coffee. That's good to hear. Got time to make coffee? Why not get started on your work? I was in awe, I remember. This new kid was really something. That was such a long time ago. You don't need to bring that up now. Maho's cheeks swelled in embarrassment. Back then I was... Well, everybody called me the girl genius. And I kind of let it go to my head. I know better now. Mary was another scientist at the lab. Maho had apologized. They'd gone on to be friends. You're so mean, Professor. I'm never making you coffee again. Okay? So she was thinking of taking the coffee she poured back. That's right, Professor. Don't be so mean to Maho. He heard a voice from Dr. Luskinen's computer. Oh, Kurisu. Yes, it's me. I was just examining her program. She moved around to where she could see the monitor, and sure enough, the Kurisu CG monitor was displayed on it. Good evening, Maho. Another thing I found really weird about the anime is they could not stay with the style for the CG Kurisu. They had a 3D model of her, and they had the, like, anime, like, drawings of her. And they kept on changing between the two, and it really bothered me. Like, stick to one of them. Why to see you working so late? Maho chuckled to herself. Kurisu was just a program running on a computer, but she still couldn't stop herself from saying things like that. So all the time they'd spent together, Kurisu was no different than a human to her. I'm not being mean to Maho. I was actually quite impressed with what she said to Mary. I thought that she was very logical, very cool-headed, and very entertaining. Well, I made her my assistant. Of course, I don't mind the new, nicer version of you. Dr. Luskinen gave her a wink as she reached for his coffee cup. Thanks, I'll have some. As he drank his coffee, he grabbed the corners of his eyelids and gave them a little massage. He was acting cheerful, but evidently he was really tired. So what were you doing with the program? Oh, you know, for the paper I'm writing. The mechanism Amadeus uses to lie. We could figure out this part of the program, we can learn more about how humans lie, you know? Women's lies sometimes hide important secrets. Can't say I approve of you trying to discover them. Lisa's expression was deadly serious. I'm trying to discover your secrets, I just want to know the thought process involved in telling a lie. But that's fine. If I have to reveal something, I'll start by revealing Maho's sweet secrets. Hey, don't be weird! And what are my sweet secrets, anyways? Oh, I couldn't say. He played dumb. Sometimes Kurisu liked to joke around. It was infuriating and at the same time kinda cute. For example, do you think I don't know about the stuffed animal that he got you at the arcade? First thing she thought of when she heard the word arcade was what happened back in Akihabara, Japan. I had so many times to get the stuffed animal, and failed each time, and Taro had won it easily and given it to her. What about it? You've got it on your bed, don't you? What are you talking about? That's a present for your mom. Then what's it doing on your bed? Because your mom says she's looking for a new house, and she's living in an apartment right now. I don't want to give her more stuff to haul around. Really? Really? Anyway, that stuffed animal is an important reminder of you. What's wrong with snuggling with it as I sleep? So it is in your bed after all. And you snuggle with it when you sleep? That's so cute. Tell me more details, please. That stupid computer program had tricked her. By the time she realized, it was already too late. Both Kurisu and Dr. Luskinen, who'd been listening the whole time, were smiling at her. She glared at them, her cheeks flushed. Looks like Kurisu won this round, huh? Doesn't matter who won or lost, I'm going to bed. Good night! She turned to leave Dr. Luskinen's office, fuming. Before she could leave, Kurisu got in one final parting shot. Oh, you haven't talked to Okabe for a whole week. You're putting off talking to him because you're busy. You're going to regret it later, okay? Oh, so they do keep in touch. Listen. Are you really that insistent on getting me and Okabe together? I stormed over to the monitor, but Kurisu seemed unconcerned. You ever think about seeing him in person again? Nope. See, that's a shame. For some reason, Dr. Leskinen shook his head sadly. Got another joint project coming up in Japan. I was thinking of getting in touch with Lentalo while I was there. I was wondering whether I should invite you. I guess not. You'd heard nothing about this. At the time, whenever the professor had a project coming up, she'd hear about it through the school's network ahead of time. You're going back to Japan? Yeah. Stopped herself from immediately saying that she wanted to go too. She did, Dr. Leskinen and Kurisu would make fun of her again. She didn't want to miss this chance. There was still a lot she needed to do in Japan. More than anything, she wanted to talk to Rentaro in person. The time machine and about Kurisu. Definitely was not because she just liked talking to him. Please take me to... In the end, she gave in. Oh, you've finally been anonymous about your feelings. Come with a plan to tell him how much you love him. Come on, guys. I was starting to get tired of dealing with them. Well, joking aside, I'm honestly not sure if I can take you or not. What do you mean? A lot happened to you in Japan, right? The brain science lab is very concerned. But that's not... Then there's what happened to Kurisu. The director doesn't want to lose any more talented personnel. I'll be fine. I was fine last time, wasn't I? In other words, you want to go to Japan and see Lentalo that badly, huh? Do I need to go talk to HR about sexual harassment? Oh, please don't do that. But why not seriously consider dating him? Also, he'll be coming here in the future, right? So try to get your hooks into him while you can. Stop sounding like a nosy ant. Alright, Maho. I understand. I'll talk to the directors. Just know that I can't guarantee anything. Right. Thanks. Pretty serious, actually. Are you still saying that? Really felt like she was talking to Kurisu. Thing was much stronger than when they first started in Amadeus. It reminded her of something she almost done many times but stopped. Why not tell Kurisu about the time machine? She didn't know if Kurisu had completed the time machine theory before her death. If she had, some clues to it might be hidden in Kurisu's memories. Of course, she couldn't ask her in front of Dr. Leskinen. Couldn't let others hear that she was making a time machine. The rest of the lab found out, they'd make fun of her for sure. It wasn't even her field of research to begin with. Okay, Professor. I'm going back to my room. Maho took her thermos and was about to leave the lab. About to. Oh, wait a second. You haven't updated Maho's memory data at all lately, have you? The Amadeus Maho. Last time was before we went to Japan, wasn't it? Oh, about that. Maho didn't know what to say. He was right. Well, I had a lot of scary experiences in Japan. I've been thinking that maybe we shouldn't give Amadeus bad memories. I understand how you feel, but I can't do a comparison trial like this. Comparison trial involved loading memories from both before and after a given experience into Amadeus, and how it changed. These trials allow them to see what effects experiences and knowledge held onto the brain. But after Kirisu's passing, they become solely Maho's responsibility. Right now, the real you and the Amadeus, you have such different memories that you're almost different people. I'm actually gonna be right back real quick, guys. To be honest, I've never actually tried turning out the camera with this before. Have to go to did I? But again, I'll be right back, guys. Ragnarok. Okay. Okay, hopefully, see, what I'm afraid, I almost wanted to mute the game itself, because I don't know that if, the reason why my Twitch VOD was muted in the first one was because my mic disconnected. I was afraid that if the music got detected, it would mute it. Hopefully that's not the case with this one. I did turn down the volume quite a bit since the last time, but in case that still happens, that sucks. Because the muting portion mutes a large portion of it, even if it doesn't include the audio. That's what I've learned through all these streams. But hopefully it doesn't do anything like that. Regardless, God, I need to click on the game again. Yes, that's true. At this rate, I'm going to have to take you off the project and ask someone else to do it. That's... Her expression darkened. Stop talking to Kirisu all the time and give yourself some attention. I'm sure she's lonely. Make sure you update your memories tomorrow. Understood? Understood. Maho nodded her head and left the room. The reason she'd given to Dr. Leskinen for not updating Maho's memories was of real concern, but there was also another one. Rentaro's words. Here we go again, Okabe. Hey. The US military aren't involved in researching Amadeus, are they? He had no proof. Couldn't get his words out of her mind. Some great power involved in the Amadeus research? Something so powerful it was outside even Dr. Leskinen's control? If he updated her memory data, Maho would learn about Kirisu's laptop and hard disk. Trusted Amadeus, but that would mean whoever was secretly trying to use the project for their own ends would find out. Seemed silly, almost delusional to be worried about something like that, but she couldn't get it out of her mind ever since she came back to America. Really am overthinking it though. Whisper to herself. Who's there? Is someone there? That's not a voice I recognize. Is it Mary? He heard a woman's voice from down the dark hallway. Maho stopped dead in her tracks. Hallway lights flipped on, and she saw a group of men and women coming down the corridor that connected her building to the next one. The next building over was the psychophysiology lab. Maho's brain science lab mostly investigated the workings of the brain itself. The psychophysiology lab, on the other hand, was more of a medical department. It looked at how the workings of the brain affected mental states and mental illnesses. Excuse me, I'm Maho Hyajo, from Dr. Leskinen's lab. The woman at the head of the group was someone she knew. Dr. Reyes, a scientist at the psychophysiology lab. I have a portrait. Why, it's you, Maho. Professor Reyes, are you up walking this late? You too? Yes, I suppose. We're both addicted to our work, aren't we? Judy Reyes' eyes narrowed beneath her glasses as she laughed. Where's Alexis? They're in his... I don't know how to pronounce that name. Okay, let's hear the backlog. I want to know how to pronounce... Yes, he's working on Amadeus. Alexis. It's weird because that's usually a girl name. But... I don't know. Really is dedicated. Sometimes I wonder if he doesn't think it's his own daughter. Are you going to see Dr. Leskinen at this hour? If it's an emergency meeting, I'll go too. No need for that. Having some trouble with my research. I want his help, and I want it now. Her eyes strike me as she kind of looks like Kaede, doesn't she? There wouldn't be anything you could do, really. Oh, don't take that the wrong way. But thanks. Reyes kept smiling as she walked past Maho towards the lab. The other scientists followed her. Wrong with her research? What could it be? Took a closer look and saw that she didn't recognize one of the people in the group. Hard to say why exactly she noticed him. Just didn't look like a scientist. He spent enough time doing research, he started to get a feel for people who are in the same line of work. He had a totally different air about him. What was worse, he was behaving extremely rudely towards Dr. Reyes. He was one of his staff, he wouldn't act like that. While everyone else was wearing white lab coats, he was wearing a freshly pressed suit. Just didn't feel right. About to head back to her room when... bothered her enough that she turned right back around and silently crept back to Dr. Leskinen's lab. The door was slightly ajar. You could hear voices inside. Anime! Well, its doors are always open, so you can definitely tell the plot. It was wrong, but she decided to push her face up against the door to listen. How long are you going to let him hang on to it? A valuable source of information. I'd hate to tip him off and have him destroy it. Either way, we're leaving for Japan this month. That's a new spite. I plan on getting it back then. Can you explain why you've dragged your feet for 6 months over this? I have a feeling that they're still hiding something we don't know about yet. I tried to use Amadeus to get it out of him, but... he's a very cautious boy, our Lintalo Okabe. Why not use your special treatment on Maho? I don't think she knows anything. Maho started to panic when she heard her name. And then, realized she made a big mistake. She was so focused on listening to the conversation that she'd pressed her shoulder into the door. The door to the lab wasn't very well built. The loud creak and everyone in the lab turned around. Who's there? He knew she should probably run, but her body refused to move. She didn't understand what she was hearing, and even after they found her, she still couldn't move. She didn't believe it. She didn't want to believe it. Worse than being in a thriller, she thought. The other scientists who were there with Dr. Reyes grabbed her arms tightly and dragged her into the room. Professor, What were you just talking about? But Luskin looked a little sad as he walked over to her. His huge body leaned forward and peered into her face. Oh dear. You heard, did you? Well, good timing. Maho. Remember that Japan trip we were just talking about? You're going to come with me after all. Is anyone surprised, honestly? This guy's face with the shadows, like, just kind of like enhancing him. Did anyone think this guy wasn't going to be a bad guy? Especially they kept on pushing the narrative that he was like a big child. I don't know. It just felt really off. Didn't know what he meant. Weren't the directors opposed to it? Is there something Dr. Leskinen could decide on his own? What was good timing? She glanced over at the computer screen, but Kadisa was no longer there. One thing she knew was... Abe's words weren't the ramblings of a conspiracy theorist after all. No, don't go back to Ventara now! This is exactly what happened with Luigi and Super Paper Mario. Now we're gonna fight an evil Maho in the future? She's gonna be Mrs. M! It was almost July. The rainy season hadn't been that bad this year, and what little remained of it had already disappeared. Temperature-wise, summer had come a long time ago. Summer. In other words, it had almost been a year since it happened. And then one Saturday afternoon, I stayed home. Not only would it be hot, but Dad would be in my case about helping with the family business. To get away, I'd come to the area around Ikebukuro Station. Soma and Young Wood. A year ago, I could have gone to the lab, but with Suzuha living there now, I'd mostly stopped going. That meant that it was hard to find a place to study on my days off. It was too much trouble to go to the university. Classrooms probably won't open on weekends anyway. With a lot of research, I'd settled on spending my free days visiting this cafe near my parents' home and spending a few hours there. In fact, a lot of the other patrons did the same thing I did, buying a single cup of coffee and sitting there for hours on end. Some bought books, some bought computers. I chuckled to myself as I realized that I joined the ranks of the other normies. Hello, message. Oh, it pulled it up on its own. Where are you now? With my coffee. Oh, the usual cafe, right? Went to your place and you went home. You did? My dad make a nuisance of himself again? It's okay. He gave me some barley tea. I have to go shopping. Will you come with me? Okay! Thank you. Okay, I'll leave now. Wait for me. So they went to my house. My family's business was called Okabe Green Grocer. It was a beat-up old store located in a run-down shopping street. The place was almost 40 years old. I really wanted them to rebuild it. My mind had wandered. Yodi was going to be here in less than 15 minutes, so maybe it was time to call it a day. I'd worked pretty hard during the morning, so it wasn't too bad. A little surprised at how hard I'd been working lately. I how having a goal gave me energy. I needed to get to Victor Condria University as soon as I could. Hello, Maho. I was still testing Amadeus. I kept in touch with Maho via email and online chat. Must have been working hard because she was always sleepy. Amadeus?
Hi.
Hello? What? Why is your voice so low? Shh. I'm in a cafe right now. Please don't call me when I'm busy with stuff. I have no way to know where you are or what you're doing. Do you want me watching you 24 hours a day? Are you saying you want me observing you while you sleep? While you're taking a bath? I want him to joke and be like, yes, exactly. That's what I want you to do. You're quite the pervert, aren't you? Sorry. If you don't want to talk to me when I call you, just don't pick up. I'll get mad about something like that. That's true. Well, it looks like you're busy now, so do what you want and hang up. You're right. Probably pretty weird for the rest of the cafe to see you talking to a 3D model of a girl on your phone. Come on. I'm kidding. Always taking the time to talk to me and, well, I'm grateful. Talk about that some other time. I'm hanging up. Hey, wait! Damn it! Lisa always talks so much. Everyone used to talk a lot too. Talking to her in a place like this always drew a lot of attention and made me feel awkward. Being on a screen and talking was embarrassing. Also, I'd proposed that I talk to her like I was on a normal I'd once proposed that I talk to her like I was on a normal phone. This is what she said. Why do I have to stare at a close-up of the side of your head? It really was a selfish little program. Katie and I met up and headed for Tokyo Hands. When I stepped inside the air-conditioned store, I felt refreshed. If it was this hot in June, I'd shudder to think what it was going to be like in July or August. What? Why do we have an old portrait of her? What? I am so confused. What? Why? Is it because we're in summer now? So now we reverted back to the summer sprites? Well, the sprites we saw at the beginning just purely for winter. They want new sprites at all. What are you going to buy? Yep. We're going to make some signs for advertising. I need poster board and highlighters and stuff. Are you going to put out a book at this year's Kamima? Nope. It's for Kabe Greengrocer. Huh? What did you say? My family business. When I went to your house today, I talked to your dad about it. I said that Mayushi would make them for him. Wait, seriously? That could be such a jerk. There's really no reason you have to do that. But Mayushi wants to do it. It's so bizarre seeing her old sprites again. You sure? Your mom and dad are always so nice to me. Literally nothing has happened between me and Suzuha since frickin' January. Okay. I'll get you something as a thank you present then. Really? That makes me so happy! Took a quick look around and saw that they were selling a lot of things you could use for advertising. I had to mostly leave the purchasing decisions up to Mayuri. Spent quite a while deciding what to buy. Well, maybe because of all the time she spent on May Queen Nyan, taste ran in the direction of cute and anime. Part of me thought it was dangerous to leave it up to her, but still they asked her, not me. It wasn't any of my business. Just leave it to her. So I decided to wander around the store while Mayuri finished shopping, but... What's up? Are you out shopping? Yeah, with Mayuri. Oh, a date? Mainstream woman. I've told you to stop calling me that. And stop assuming everything is about romance. Right, fine. But isn't Mayuri cute? You're lucky to have such a cutie as your childhood friend. You're right. He doesn't stand a chance at this rate. He's not as cute. He's not as young. He's shorter, and her boobs are just hopeless. I feel so bad for her. If you say that in front of Hiajo, she'll delete your program. You know, you actually haven't introduced me to my Yuri. Got quite a few friends, but you've never told any of them about me. Secrecy thing. I'm not supposed to tell people about you. Is that really all it is? You actually don't want people seeing me talk to you, do you? That's not true. If you really want me to introduce you, I'll get permission from Hiajo. I'll start by introducing you to Daru, the man I trust the most. He just loves to talk to you. He'll stare at me with his filthy eyes, constantly panting after me 24 hours a day. Right. Perverts scare me. Kurisu went pale and started to shake. I told Kurisu all kinds of things about what kind of person Daru was. You could easily imagine what would happen if she ever fell into his clutches. Never mind. You don't have to introduce me to anyone. Yes. Successfully scared her away. I just keep telling myself that I'm lucky to have you to talk to. Bridie walked over carrying a shopping basket. Who are you talking to? Down on my phone, Kurisu had disappeared and my smartphone was back at its home screen. Evidently, Kurisu had hung up. I'm a student from school. I see. I knew I didn't have to hide Kurisu, but at the same time, Mayuri was the one person I didn't want finding out. You knew that I'd failed to save Kurisu Makise last summer. Did you decide that what you're going to buy? Yeah. What do you think about this? Basket was filled with hearts and star-shaped cardstock. This didn't really go with how stores look. But I decided when I started, I was going to let Mayuri make the decisions. Dad might complain later, but I didn't care. He was the one who asked Mayuri for help, not me. So I went over to the register. It was a Saturday, the checkout area was overflowing with shopping carts. It was going to take a while. I sent Mayuri to browse the toy section on another floor. I knew they'd have some stuff from one of her favorite shows right at Kakadu. Is this what she's gonna actually get, the Upa? And he looked apologetic, but did what I told her. In the end, I waited a whole 15 minutes at the register. As an apology, I decided to get the present I promised her. I'm really happy as she stared at the keychain. Yep. It was Upa, the mascot character from the Violet Kakadu series. I told her when she went over to the toy section she could pick out anything she wanted, and this was what she chose. I'm pretty happy about that, given how many Upas you already have. It's a regular green Upa, right? Not the rare one. The rare one. Do you mean the Meta Upa? What? Why? That was... What do you mean, do you mean the Meta Upa? She didn't say anything! Most popular and rarest of the Upas was the shiny silver Meta Upa. For example, whenever there was a lottery for Rhino Kakadu stuff at the convenience stores, the top prize was always a Meta Upa. And he had told me that once that they sold for tens of thousands of yen at auctions. For some reason, my lady was wagging her finger at me. Nope. This is a green Upa, but it's not a regular one. This is the green fairy Upa that was in the movie they just released. Come to think of it, there had been a Violet Kakadu movie out in spring, and Mayuri sat in the theater full of little kids to watch it. Green fairy? Is it okay if I spoil the movie? No! I want a front row seat to the movie. Alright? No spoilers in this environment. Go ahead, I'm not going to go see it. Mentaro, you frickin' deceive me. This movie is about a fight with an evil super hacker in the virtual world. So basically just Sword Art Online 2, right? The virtual world is a forest where the fairies live. Mr. Super Hacker is really strong, And Kakadu and Upa are in big trouble. So Kirito and... God, what was the girl's name? When they're about to lose, the fairies come to save them. And it turns out that the fairies are actually the flowers in the school garden that he'd always taken care of. Genius. Expository. Beautiful. Masterpiece. If it doesn't win 5 Oscars, I quit life. Came all the way to the virtual world to save Kakadu, and then there was this big shiny light, and then they combined with Upa! And that's Green Fairy Upa. He's really cute and really strong. I actually thought it was so great. I love stories like that. The director's a genius. I see. It was rare for my Yeti to get this excited about something. I took a closer look and saw that the design was a little different from the standard Upa. I didn't know a lot about Upa, so I couldn't say exactly what was different. I've actually been spending a lot of time looking for this keychain. Really popular, but it's sold out everywhere. I never would have thought Hands would have one. We're pretty lucky, huh? Yep, and it was the last one. I'm glad I came today. I need to thank you and your dad. They took the tag off the keychain, got her house key out of a bag, and carefully attached it. Hey, Okarin, I usually would treasure this forever, and ever, and ever. Yeah, please do. Yeah, please do. Make sure you don't lose it 5 minutes after you get it. It happened before, after all. I met a Upa I'd won for her at the radio building. I already had lost in no more than 5 minutes after I gave it to her. I wondered if she had ever found it. I didn't really want to remember that time in my life, so my memory of what happened to the Meta Upa was vague. Yep, I'm never gonna lose it again. Both of us started to head back. I'm gonna work hard to make the ads for your shop, okay? Oh yeah, still got to go do that. I've been thinking the job was done once we bought the materials. The real work actually began now. Did I help too? No, I'm fine. Believe in my Yushi. I'm a little worried after you tried to buy heart-shaped cardstock. It's fine. Nice of you to make them at all. But I won't complain. I need to call Mom. I'll tell her that I'll be home for dinner. Why not eat at my place? Maybe the Mom and Dad will try to get you to stay anyway. I don't know. Are you going to stay at home the rest of today? You won't go to any singles parties? Is this a new sprite? I mean, the sprite's not new. I mean, like, her eyes looking to the side while facing forward. I haven't been to any lately. As far when I'd been trying to become a normal college kid, I'd forced myself to go to as many as possible. Lately I've been so busy with my studies that I hadn't had a chance. I see. Then, maybe I will. Maddie took out her phone and started to type something when... her expression suddenly darkened. Stopped moving. What's wrong? I just got a message from Kaede. I didn't notice it. What should I do, Okarin? Oh, how I wish I had your concerns of life. It seemed like she was on the verge of tears. Something happened? Hey, Okarin? You told me before that Fubuki's not sick, right? Fubuki? You mean Nakase? Not Kurishima, right? Yes. Is that true? He's really not sick? Yeah, I don't think so. But... Lady showed me her phone. Back in the hospital, I'm on my way to the location. But now I feel like a dick. Because I thought she was crying because she simply missed the text messages. Not because of this. She's back in the hospital? I believe what I was seeing on the screen. He was at a different location than before. This time it was the AH Tokyo General Hospital High-Tech Medical Center in Yoyogi. Supposedly one of Japan's most advanced hospitals. According to what I read on the internet, patients with the new encephalitis that everyone was talking about were being gathered here for special treatment. I also read lots of really bad urban legends about the place. A bit worried about what kind of horror show I'd find there. Rumors whose source is unknown or unclear, usually dating from the 20th century or later, they can be divided into ghost stories, occult stories, and folklore. Don't let Kaito know any of these. But lately the boundaries between these three categories have become vague. Urban legends range from short, silly stories to the terrifying and nightmarish. And all of them are told as if they really happened. Examples of urban legends include the Japanese story of Hanako-san, stories about the shadow people, or the story of the men in black. Hanako-san. Of course, when we arrived, it was nothing like that. It was very clean and decorated like a luxury hotel. Oh wait, this is a different one. I didn't even realize. Mayuri, Okarin. Is she gonna be different too? This way. Wait, Yuki. Up, they're in summer clothes. But they still have the same spites. Kaede and Yuki waved to us as we entered the hotel lobby. Yuki had gotten a message from Kaede as well and had evidently come right over. It's kind of jarring now looking at her portrait compared to the others. Like, they're not vastly different, but I can see the small little nuances. Like, it definitely seems like this, for example, the arms, you can kind of tell they're outlined. But like the clothing on the shirts and stuff, it's just, I don't know, it's just different. It's fine. You give Mayuri a soft hug and a smile. Heidi bowed her head apologetically. Sorry to scare you. I was kind of in a hurry myself. I should have checked more carefully before I messaged you. What do you mean? How's Nakase doing? Just met her mom in the hospital room, and it doesn't look like her illness has gotten any worse. And they've just brought her here for more examinations or something. Yes, what they said. But there's nothing to worry about. I'm so glad. No one's getting Mayuri like that. You look extremely relieved as Yuki continued to hug her. Lucky. I remembered right, the last time they examined her, they said it was possible that she had the disease, but as long as it didn't get worse, it wouldn't affect her daily life. They just told her to come back for regular checkups. New encephalitis had arrived in Japan over 6 months ago, but the number of patients was still increasing. Fortunately, there hadn't been a single causality yet. Causality. Pretty sure that there's no illness, though. Other than that, what they were calling encephalitis was actually something similar to eating Steiner. One time when I went to visit Fubuki in the hospital, I had secretly investigated the other patients. I wasn't able to get any proof, but I found out most of the patients in the wing had, to varying degrees, memories of the same world line. Many people had memories of Japan at war. Can we see Fubuki? They say they're doing an MRI to look at her brain right now, so she's not in her room. I see. But it'll be done soon. Fubuki's mom told us to wait here. Kaede motioned to Mayuri, indicating she should sit down at the nearby sofa. The exam is done. Going to come get us. Let the girl sit down on the sofa and stood next to them while I surveyed the lobby. This is an amazing hospital, isn't it? Yeah. Is his family really rich or something? He's staying in a place like this. No, that's not it. Fuki's mom says that the Japanese and American governments are paying for a new treatment project. Going to be centered around this lab in a dedicated hospital in America, supposedly. See. Not sure how I felt about that. I was right about what this disease really was. It was hard to imagine a bigger waste of money. Please, give all the patients private rooms, and try to keep the rooms as far apart from one another as possible to ensure the patients don't come into contact. But there aren't that many open rooms. Do it anyway. Patients talk to each other to start to share their dreams, right? Yeah, that's true, but... the person hears about someone else's dream, the brain can trick them into thinking they had that dream as well. Oh! Across the lobby, I saw an old Japanese doctor in a white coat and a big man in a suit who was frantically trying to talk to him. I'd seen the man in the suit before. Actually, it was a man I knew well. I didn't even recognize his voice. Professor? Professor Leskinen! I hurried over. Leskinen, it's me, Okabe! Must have been wearing his translator because he was communicating with the old doctor in Japanese. But Leskinen's face quickly broke into a smile when he saw me. Lintaro! Voice was so loud that everyone in the lobby, doctors, nurses, staff, and even the patients turned to look at me. But Dr. Leskinen didn't seem to notice them as he ran over, like a giant American football player racing for a touchdown. Wait, Professor!
Stop it!
The cries went unheard as Dr. Leskinen tackled me and then pulled me up. He then switched from football player to pro wrestler, and he swung me up and down. Felt like I was a little child. There was nothing I could do to resist him as he flung me around. A moment later, he noticed the cold stares of the people around us and finally released me. Oh my, I'm sorry. I was so surprised I got a little too excited. But Leskinen bowed to the people around him in apology. Leskinen, who was this young man? The doctor that Professor Leskinen had been talking to was staring at me suspiciously. Oh, well... Know exactly what to tell him. Unlike he was really my professor. To be a student, which school are you with? You're studying brain science like the professor. No, he'll be a student at Victor Condria this September. Planning on having him come to my lab. The Victor Condria University, eh? That's a surprise. I looked up at Dr. Leskinen questioningly, but he just gave me a mischievous smile. This guy. He really was such a kid. Very rare for a Japanese student to be able to go there. I'm impressed. Thanks. The doctor left. I sighed loudly enough for Professor Leskinen to hear me. So, who was that guy? Director of this hospital. A director? Just told a lie to someone that important? Oh, did I lie? Said you'd be a student starting in September. But I didn't mean this September. Or what? You think you don't have what it takes to make it to my school in the end? It's a little unfortunate, but... He really was like a little kid, completely shameless. Still, it was hard to hate him. Surprised though. I had no idea you were in Japan. It'd been 5 months since I'd seen him off at Narita. Aho's here too. Really? Didn't say a word about it. Talked to her often via email and video chat, mostly about Amadeus' testing, but she hadn't said a word about coming to Japan. I hadn't heard anything about it from Kurisu either. Back in the same office at Wako City. Come by anytime you'd like and bring Kurisu. Told him to find us a different place after we got robbed last time, but... Lesson looked up towards the ceiling and shrugged. Did feel like that place had security issues. Are you not feeling well, Lintalo? Did you come here for treatment? Oh no, I'm here to visit a friend. Oh, I see. That's good. Well, it's not good for your friend. I'm sorry. Oh, no. So, what are you doing at a Japanese hospital? Laskin brought his face close to mine and whispered so that the people around us couldn't hear. Heard about the new encephalitis cases, right? American government asked our psychophysiology lab to look into it, but they've hit a roadblock. The university ordered me to help with the investigation. See, you're helping with the new encephalitis cases. There was a word I didn't expect to hear. Being that my friend was here because they thought she might have the disease. Friend named Katsumi Nakase, perhaps? Oh, yeah. You met her at the Christmas party, didn't you? That's right. My interest in this new disease started with that party, you see. Both you and Katsumi collapsed, right? He was right, actually. In my case, I'd been sent to that other ward line. I met up with her again several days ago. She demanded to know why she was being sent back to the hospital when she was just fine. I see. You tell her it would make me happy if she was a bit more cooperative. I actually feel really bad for both her and all the other patients. We and the Japanese team are doing what we can, but we just don't understand the results we're getting. Luskinen's usually chipper expression darkened. Man was such a ball of vitality that I hadn't noticed until then, but when his smile disappeared I could see the wrinkles that had formed on his face from exhaustion. He'd been working hard, like he said. Be honest, none of the doctors thought we'd have this much trouble explaining it at the start. What's wrong, Vatalo? Well... Look at that! Kadesi wants to talk to you. Is something wrong? No. I'm a medical student, so this is all outside my expertise. Just about to tell him about my reading Steiner. In the end, I couldn't. If my uninformed opinion was wrong, it cost the encephalitis patients their lives. I didn't just tell him when I didn't have any proof. And his face drew closer to mine again. By the way, Katsumi was saying something very interesting. There's something about not being sick, about how she was actually experiencing another world in her dream. Told her not to say anything about it. Did she not help it? It was bad. Might start to doubt her sanity. Nakase's got a very vivid imagination, maybe. He loves sci-fi and anime. I just said she has the power to experience parallel worlds because she saw it on some show somewhere. Another world which exists parallel to our own in another space-time. It has the same dimensions as our own world, and sometimes the people and objects within it are in the exact same place as our own. Remember that I used to say stuff like that? Yes, you did. I tried my best to come up with excuses, but Dr. Luskin still seemed concerned. Still, I was really surprised when I started participating in the treatment project. One of the strange things about this illness is that many patients share the same dreams. I'm assuming it's similar to a mass hallucination. What do you think? I've never seen this before. From a brain science perspective, I just don't have an answer right now. That's why I changed his voice like every other sentence. To be honest, unscientific is the word that seems to best fit. Like parallel words or memories of a past life, you know. I see. Would help if you talk to Katsumi too. There are some things you can't say to a doctor, but that you'll tell your friends. Sure. Ask her, I guess. So Lentalo, that aside, I have a question for you. I'm gonna turn off the music to make it that much more dramatic. Dustin was looking over my shoulder. I've got a sense of this at the Christmas party, but your girlfriends really are cute, aren't they? Debate! I got debated so hard. You got me so badly. I turned around and saw that Mayuri, Kaede, and Yuki had all stood up from the sofa and were looking at me. They saw that Leskinen was looking at them, they waved. So any of those girls involved with you right now? Yuki? Kaede? Mayuri? Luka? Or maybe Katsumi? Luka's a guy. What? His words were so surprising I couldn't think of anything to say. Maho would often call this middle-aged man a mischievous boy, and that was exactly the look he had in his face. No, I won't force you to tell me. I don't want to pry into your private life. Oh well, I'd hope to have something to tell my favorite student. Nani? But let's intend to walk away before I can figure out what he meant. Alright, Lintalo. I've got to talk to the director a little more, so I'll be going. I have to go around with all those girls and give them a hug too, but I'll save that for next time. Tell them I said hello. Oh, sure. Eddie and the others came over to me as I watched them go. Was that Dr. Leskinen? Yeah, I knew I'd seen him somewhere before. Thought he'd gone back to America. There's no way I could tell the girls what Dr. Leskinen and I were just talking about. Yuki's exam was over, we went to her room and listened to her complain, and then the visit was over. Like Dr. Leskinen had said, she looked just fine. Told us she was ready to leave the hospital and jog all the way home. Eddie and the others were relieved, but I felt worried. I need to talk to Dr. Leskinen about reading Steiner after all? How would I explain it? It'd be a better idea to talk to Maho and have her explain it to him, and come to an answer right away. Suzuha, and now she has a summer outfit. I was kinda hoping they'd bring back her old spites, but of course they weren't gonna do that because her old spites were a lot more laid back. A very hot day in 1998 when Suzuha said goodbye to Kagedi Shina. She'd gone to get food and water from the local store, and when she'd come back and opened the hatch, Kagedi was inside, screaming. Come on, how does this stupid thing work? Looked inside and saw that Kagedi was slamming her tiny hands down on the control console. What are you doing? Kagedi shrank back when she saw Suzuha. I'm not... This isn't what it looks like. Answer me. But... I woke up and you were gone, and it was dark and the lights wouldn't turn on. It's so cramped and scary in here. I sense a liar. I'm pressing buttons on my remote and it's not... Game? Game! Not frozen. I see you loading over there. Oh. I ran out of battery? No. Why is it trying to connect? Okay, there we go. I tried to open the door. Then when I was fiddling with it, this happened. Kagari started to cry. I'm sorry, big sister, huh? I'm sorry. I was really scared. Hey. Have relaxed to God. Kagari had PTSD from her time as a war orphan. Hadn't fully recovered yet. Nayori had once told her that she got very frightened in dark and cramped places. Makes sense if waking up in the dark caused a panic attack. The time machine could only function with Suzuha's biometric authorization. Someone of Kagari's size wouldn't be able to break the console either. Passed out from the shock of time travel. So I wanted to let you get some rest. Sorry. Suzuha grabbed one of Kagari's tiny hands to help her up, then led her outside the machine. Ow. So hot. 9 minutes ago, issues are solved. Yay. Kagari, promise me that you won't touch the switches on the control console no matter what. Okay? Okay. When you get started, you go and rest. Have some food and water if you want. Suzuha handed Kagari the provisions she bought, and went inside and poked her head into the cargo space under the control console. Connected the IBM 5100 she'd stored there to a portable terminal she bought from the future. By all appearances, it was an early 2000 cell phone, but inside it was a miniaturized quantum computer from the near 2036. Plus, Future Dado had made it himself. Booted up the IBM 5100, and rows of numbers started to appear on the screen. What are you doing? Kagari was looking in from outside the machine. You study the year 2000 problem. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I saw this scene in the anime. Where old computers would supposedly have errors after the year 2000. Most all old computers stored only the last 2 digits of the year in order to save memory. For this reason, when 1999 became 2000, the computer's data would change from 99 to 00. Programs were never equipped to handle this. It was thought that computers would treat the year as 1900 malfunction. While an error with a home's user computer would not be a severe issue, a malfunction in a medical, financial, or military computer would cause disaster. For this reason, all these programs across the world were rewritten by hand starting on the mid-1990s. Processes were successful, and January 1st, 2000 came and went without serious incident. I studied it later at the orphanage. In the end, nothing happened, right? She even has a mouse face herself. But everybody thinks. It wasn't made public, but at the time, a lot of places, and a lot of countries, had serious problems because of it. Really? The issue was this computer, the IBM 5100. Got an old programming language on it, and the engineers weren't able to fix the program. In fact, they didn't even know that an important program existed that was written in this language. The race to develop the time machine was the beginning of the Third World War, but there's a chance that something that happened during the year 2000 problems, and the divisions that resulted from that, were a deeper cause. Didn't expect a 10-year-old like Kagari to understand this, but she didn't feel like taking the time to explain. And the year 2000 is a special year, you see. All of the world lines temporarily converge here. This means that it's possible the year 2000 problem has a huge effect on all the world lines. The world line in the gap that we're trying to reach. Steins Gate. No exception. Look down at the terminal connected to the IBM 5100. This is a patch program to keep the year 2000 problem from ever happening. Right now, the terminal was converting the patch into the language used by the IBM 5100. Next step was to spread this program all around the world in the form of a virus, and the year 2000 problems that this era engineers missed would completely disappear. The word connect appeared on the terminal subscreen. Okay. Connected. Been told that in Japan in this era, ADSL was still in the test phase and most normal users connected to the internet by low-speed dial-up using ISDN. But in the major city areas like Akihabara, universities, labs, and some big computer companies were starting to use fiber optic broadband. Some of them were even using wireless LAN. Okay, a method of connecting to the internet and sending receiving data without the use of cable. And a high-speed, high-capacity internet connection that uses optical fiber, also called FTTH, fiber to the home. Instead of relying on existing telephone lines, it requires the construction of a new communications network. For this reason, adoption has taken longer than ADSL. So 2010, 35% of Japan uses FTTH. And I moved to Japan. Seriously, I don't have fiber. I don't have fiber here with Comcast, and that's not fun. I cracked her way into one of those. Dad had laughed when he'd said that with 2036 technology, cracking late 20th century network security was a joke, but he'd been right. And if you change the future, won't that change the world we were in? Surprisingly, Kakari had gotten the gist of what Suza had just told her. That's right. I refuse to let that world exist any longer. I've come here to reach Steins Gate. Suddenly, the uneasy look on Kagari's face vanished, as if her soul had left its body. Suddenly, her face was expressionless and her eyes were wide. Voice. I can hear God's voice. Can't do that. It's not right. You can't do that, big sis Suzuha. You can't. Huh? Kagari was acting strangely. Especially, Suzuha reached her hand out towards her, but she slipped past Suzuha's hand, quicker than any child should be able to move. She slammed her shoulder straight into Suzuha's body. I was caught completely off guard. That's how fast it was. Kagari's shoulder hit her in the solar plexus. Bent over and collapsed onto the seat. Kagari tore the terminal out of Suzuha's hands. It was connecting to the IBM 5100 was ripped out, and air was displayed on both screens. What are you doing? Kagari didn't answer the question. Then she grabbed the backpack that Suzuha had placed on the seat and spread its contents onto the floor. There were MREs, spare parts, clothes, and a semi-automatic pistol. I couldn't believe it. Kagari was going to try and pick it up. Stop it! She caused herself to ignore the pain as she jumped on Kagari's body. Another unbelievably powerful body slam knocked her back. And the cord was pushed right up against her brow. Don't move! Kagari's tiny hands weren't shaking at all as they clutched the semi-automatic pistol. In the space of an instant, the safety of the gun had been flipped off. Suzuha realized that this wasn't just a temper tantrum. Suzuha was the one who taught her how to use a gun. But she knew that Kagari was perfectly calm. You insane? Put the gun down now. Stop doing this! You're the one who needs to stop! What? Can't change the world! You're not making sense! No hesitation in her eyes. Instead, Suzuha saw only resolve. You want the war to happen, then. I don't know anything about that. I just want to go back to my old world. Then, that's never going to happen. Better use the time machine to interfere with the past. The world line's changed. There's almost no chance we can go back. Agadi turned the gun towards the IBM 5100. Stop! As soon as I could stop her, she yanked down on the trigger. Again and again. Kagadi, please! Stop! Kagadi jumped out of the time machine. I never saw her again. Every night that passed, she remembered Kagadi. I had spent some time looking for Kagadi when she'd first come to this era. In the end, she'd never found anything. Kagadi Shina, who was now 22 years old, here in Akihabara. I was sure of it. It did no good to keep thinking about it. I had decided to stop thinking around the room. Itaru, now with his shirt off. Itaru, her dad, was playing yet another game populated entirely with female characters. His jaw was slack, and he was scratching the belly fat that stuck out from under his shirt as he played. Much to respect in him right now, either as a father or as a person. Come to think of it, how are things with Mom? Yep. Everything okay? I'm still going to be born, right? Well, is that more important than the time machine? Hey! That stormed over to Itaru. You can't screw this up, Dad! Yeah, Daddy's gonna do his best, okay? All you ever do is talk. You even wasted these movie tickets we gave you, didn't you? You meant the pair of movie tickets that Mayuri and Ferris had conspired to give them at the Christmas party. That was because Ocarina and Miss Fubuki collapsed, you know? We were so busy with hospital visits and stuff that the movie left the theater. Not like it's my fault. But I heard that when they tried to give you new tickets, you turned them down. Who told you that? Big Sis Mayu and Big Sis Rumi, obviously. That's because, you know, it's not very manly to make those two do all the work, is it? So, did you go and do something yourself? This isn't going to work. Maybe this was a more important problem than the time machine. Suzuha brought her hands up to her head. Listen, Dad. I'm not going to be around to lecture you like this forever, okay? I'm leaving soon. Oh. Suddenly there was a sad look in Itaru's eyes. Don't make that face. Promise I'd stop worrying about it. Past 6 months, Suzu had been thinking about whether it was really right to erase this world. In the end, it was none other than Itaru who pushed her to go ahead. I'm sorry. In bed to see her father so depressed, so she patted his broad back. Just sit there and be glum. Send Mom a message and see if she's free sometime. If she is, invite her to a movie. That's way too sudden. I don't care if it's sudden or not. Do it anyway, okay? This is an order. An order? What's your answer? Sir! Satisfied, she headed off to take a shower. But before that, I'm going to hit the convenience store. Don't glow at me like that! I'll eat as healthy as I can, so please forgive me! I want ice cream when I'm done with my shower. Vanilla ice cream. Okay, I'll go buy you a lot of really top shelf stuff. Doesn't have to be a lot, just one thing is fine. Was enough to cheer Daru up. He took his wallet and ran out of the lab. He's such a handful. They're just about taking off her jacket so she could take that shower, but... Let her come back into the lab. What is it? Did you find a newspaper article? Found this on the stairs. The faded one. Haru showed her a keychain he was holding. Found an anime character whose color had faded to a smoky green. It was... You know who this is? This is Mayu's, probably? Leaning forward to take a closer look, and felt like she was experiencing deja vu. I've seen this Upa somewhere before. Seen it before? I don't really remember when. Until alarms were going off, this keychain was extremely important. Upas were common enough that you could find them anywhere. Plastic edges had worn down, the paint was faded and coming off in places. There was no dust and there was no stains. It had shone brightly as if its owner had put a lot of effort into taking good care of it. It was so old that part of it had snapped off. Probably how it got dropped. What was it? I've seen this before. Did she show it to you? I don't know. She stared at the green Upa in Tada's hands, and then in her mind she heard a young girl scream. It's Mommy's Upa keychain. Giving it to you. Take good care of it. Okay? He gasped. A feeling of indescribable terror raced down her spine. This can't be. Kagari's? That was when she'd last seen it. August 13th, 2036. The day she'd gone into the time machine. And she'd seen this Upa. Older and more worn now, but the more she remembered that day, the more certain she became. It was the Upa that Mayuri had given to Kagari. Seen Kagari holding it and crying to herself many times before. Kagari? You mean future Miss Mayu's daughter? Yeah. You find her? No, but she knows where I am. What do you mean? He's watching this lab. Satisfied, she headed off to take a shower. But since then, her careful efforts to defend the time machine had paid off. She hadn't seen any sign of Kagari, but she never thought she'd be watching the lab. No, it would have been obvious if I'd given it any thought. He's trying to stop us from reaching Steins Gate. He doesn't want this world to end. And she's watching not just me, but you too? Huh? Me? I don't think your life is in danger. Probably. You believe what we know about how world lines work. You live to at least 2036. She might come to interfere with your research. We can't reach Steins Gate. But bad things have been happening around Suzuha Itaru and Rintaro Okabe. There was some possibility that the final target was Itaru. From now on, just to be safe, lock the door whenever I'm not around. Okay, got it. Even if Uncle Ogarin, Mom, or Big Sis Maya are here, don't leave it open. Might not help much, but make sure you use the door chain too. You know, Ocarina and Mayushi are one thing, but if I did that when I was alone with Amane-shi, don't you think that'd give her the wrong idea? That's true. That makes her not like me. My whole family could be in trouble. They had grown softly, unsure of what to do. If you only got him to be her boyfriend sooner, there wouldn't be a problem. Wait, we're back to that? Just be careful, okay? I decided to keep the green Uber keychain. Softly ran her fingertips over it as she stared at it. Suzuha. Kagari-tan's not related to Mayushi, but she's still her daughter, right? That's right. Did somebody raised by Mayushi grow up to the kind of person who'd assault someone? I just can't imagine it, from what you've told me. I'd expect to be a kind, easygoing, and cute little girl. I wish that was what had happened. Yeah, I thought that was how she turned out too. Now, she's probably... From what he'd seen at the radio building, she could tell Takagi had definitely received professional combat training. And just the simple self-defense techniques that she'd learned from Suzuha when she was a child. As she'd grown up, she'd been taught the core techniques of a killer. There was no way to know what she'd been doing ever since she'd gone missing in 1998. There was no doubt in Suzuha's mind that she was trying to ruin her plans. We're gonna get fan service. Do I need to block the screen anywhere? Suzuha sighed as she took a shower. It was summer. She set the water temperature low, barely any hotter than tap water. As long as the water was pouring down on her, she could feel like all the bad memories were being washed away. She slapped her cheeks with both hands and turned off the water. The small, tired room suddenly became quiet. In the silence, she vigorously towed off her hair. The building was never intended for anyone to live in. Not only was there very little room, there wasn't even a place to change. On, there was no windows, and the steam from the shower room built up, making it an unpleasant sauna in summer. Supposedly, Itaru and Okabe would sit naked next to the fans to get away from the heat and moisture. Of course, that was only when the girls, as well as the girl Yushiba, weren't around. Suzuha couldn't do that. There were those huge scars on her chest. If it was careless and Yuki saw them, she'd have a big problem. She always forced herself to change within the small space. Good, I didn't have to block anything. I can't get over that little guy's head on the barrel with the tiny ray gun. I'm gonna shoot you. Yes, I'm gonna shoot the plant next to me. This plant's gonna die. Again, she left the shower room. She realized something was wrong. The lights were off in the part behind the curtain where the lab room was. She was sure she had left all the lab lights on when she'd gone to take a shower. She didn't remember turning them off. So completely naked, she flung open the curtain. Dropped to the floor, ready to move. She saw by the light from the shower room that there was no one else there. Is this gonna be like Steins Gate 1, where Wintaro felt like something was completely off, and then he ran all the way back here, and then fan service? Didn't hear any breathing, and she didn't feel any other presence. Did Dad come back? And then when he'd left, he turned off the lights? No, that couldn't be right. Looked around the room and saw that things had been moved in a way that was an amateur wouldn't be able to notice. Taro's computer desk, the sofa area, the bookshelves, even the mini kitchen. Someone had gone through them all. From the look of it, the same was probably true of the development room. Suzuha glanced over all the areas where she kept her guns. Closest was the sofa that she used as a bed. She wanted to take one easily available if she was... She wanted to have one easily available if she was attacked while she slept. She had cut out the back of one of the sofa cushions and hidden it a suppressed semi-automatic pistol in it. The .32 caliber for self-defense, so it wouldn't do much damage unless you had a good aim. It was small and relatively quiet, which made it the best choice for a place like this. Suzuha tensed all of her muscles, coiling like a spring, and slowly moved towards the sofa without making a sound. Then she tried to notice any changes in the surrounding area. There was a small sound in the development room, tiny creaking of the floor, to which you'd usually pay no mind. That was more than enough for Suzuha. In an instant, she moved from quiet to action. She filled the distance to the sofa in an instant and quickly drew her gun. She had it ready and slipped into the shadow of the refrigerator. From this position, she could barely see into the development room. Moeka? The outfit reminded me of Moeka. The room became silent again. This time the intruder in the other room didn't try to hide their presence. Find anything and I'll shoot. Hands on your head. Come out slowly. Suzuha threatened the intruder in a low voice, but the intruder seemed completely unconcerned as they exposed themselves to Suzuha's gaze. It's Moeka's outfit, but a woman in riding suit. It must be pretty hard wearing that in this weather. Why not at least take off your helmet? Dude was wearing a motorcycle suit just like before, even the helmet was the same. Although the suit clung tight to the skin, revealing a voluptuous and perfectly proportioned body. Clearly a woman. What you're looking for isn't there. It's in my pocket. Suzuha pointed towards the entrance to the shower room. That she'd just taken off was lying down on the floor. The girl in the motorcycle suit turned her head, but because the face mask was down, Suzuha couldn't read her expression. No better than to drop that. It's something Mommy gave you. Don't think you're talking to the right person. Right, Kagari? Second she spoke, Kagari-shina was the first to move. Through a deglossed military knife that she must have been hiding behind her back. Closed the gap between herself and Suzuha in an instant. Suzuha pointed the gun at her legs and pulled the trigger, carefully aiming away from her vitals. She heard the small pop of a suppressed .32 and saw Kagari lose her balance and fall. She thought she did, but it was a feint. She only pretended to lose her balance. In fact, she'd changed directions and was headed for the shower room. And the first goal was to get what she'd come for. Firing only one shot, Suzuha realized. And a .32 should have more recoil than this. Tried again, but Kagari didn't flinch even for a moment. A blank? Ow! At one point, all the bullets in Suzuha's gun had been swapped with blanks. An instant's panic was all it took. Kagari reached out for the shirt on the floor in front of the shower room. No way! They gave up on firing and flung the gun at Kagari. The door thud as the hard barrel slammed into her neck. Out of balance, she staggered before she could grab the shirt. Could hear Kagari's voice for the first time from within the helmet. Suzuha jumped. She kicked the off-balance Kagari as hard as she could with her toned, muscled legs. No time to hold back. Kagari went flying all the way to the edge of the room. Had to have broken a few ribs. Suzuha jumped towards her to continue attack. With terrifying speed, Kagari leapt off the ground and charged at Suzuha. There wasn't enough time to come to a full stop. Sharp blades swept by, mere centimeters from her exposed abdomen. She pulled back even a few tenths of a seconds later. The knife would have fatally sliced open her gut. You bitch! The blood rushed to Suzuha's head. Kagari was serious. She was planning to kill her. There was no hesitation in her movements. Suzuha leapt back and searched for something she could use as a weapon. The other guns were probably no different. Good chance they all had their ammo swapped with blanks too. It's possible that all self-defense knives had been taken too. Which left? Several knives carefully stored in the kitchen. He had brought them over to use in teaching the other girls how to cook. But Kagari had evidently noticed them as well. He was moving to keep Suzuha from reaching them. Huh. Looks like you've had a lot of practice. Hard to believe you're the same girl who spent all her time sobbing inside the time machine. I'm surprised. I kept a distance from Kagari as she slowly moved along the wall. Competitive drive burned even brighter as she tried to come up with a way to overcome her disadvantage. Yeah, Kagari. This is what you're after, right? Picked up her shirt from in front of the shower room, the green keychain out of its pockets. What's wrong? Come get it. Fingers moved as if to crush it. You could see Kagari twitch. The first time she could detect a hint of emotion beyond the helmet. In an instant, she threw it at Kagari's stomach. Keychain flew in a slow arc like she was tossing it to a friend. Thing they loved was thrown like that, even the fiercest warrior would instinctively reach out both hands to grab it. Kagari was no exception. Carefully held her mother's memento in both her empty left hand, and the right hand that could still clutch the knife. Using the slow arc of the keychain as camouflage, Suzuha ran at her in a straight line. The right fist connected hard with Kagari's stomach, and the left arm smashed Kagari's head to the side. Kagari's body fell to the ground, her right shoulder taking the brunt of the fall. Suzuha could hear the sound of her joint dislocating. The knife slipped from her grasp. Alright, fan service. Mentioned it! Suzuha got behind her and mounted her, twisting her right arm mercilessly. At the same time, she slipped her own left arm around Kagari's neck and squeezed hard. You could hear something like a moan from Kagari's throat. She could both hear and feel the bones in her arms and neck creaking. Stay put! I'm not going to kill you. She really does look like Yuki Yamane there. Kagari picked up the knife on the floor with the left hand and once again tried to use it on Suzuha. Suzuha was forced to squeeze her arm and neck even harder. Why do we have to scroll back down? Stop it, Kagari! I have fear now, but it's wrong! It's wrong! Kagari didn't stop. If anything, she tried even harder to pull Suzuha away. What kind of training did she get? In all the battles she'd been in, much pressure on two different spots was enough to get even the toughest soldiers to submit or fall unconscious. Terrified, Suzuha squeezed even harder. This way she wouldn't simply knock her out. She really would kill Kagari. If she stopped, Kagari would kill her. What should she do? And then she heard a sad, weak voice from inside the helmet. It startled her, relaxed both her arms. That was just what Kagari had hoped for. The knife came very close to cutting Suzuha's left arm. Let go to dodge it, Kagari shook her off and kicked at the hips with both legs. They will stand back hard into the computer desk. For a moment she couldn't breathe. Fell to the floor and the printer and monitor crashed mercilessly into her naked body. Felt herself to stand up, gasping hard as she did so. Kagari's breathing was heavy too. Her right arm was pointed in an impossible direction and hanging limp. She wouldn't be able to use it for a while probably. And her left arm was still holding the knife. You've learned some dirty tricks, haven't you? I glared at Kagari's face, not that she could see what would look like behind that helmet. Two of them fell silent as they tried to catch their breath. The tension in the air was so thick that it was difficult to move a muscle. Sweat rolled down her forehead and onto her eyes. She still didn't blink as she waited for Kagari to make her next move. The sound of the front door opening that broke the stalemate. Uh-oh. I felt a chill run down her spine when she heard Itaru's voice. No, Dad, stay back! Yet at the exact same instant she turned on the lights, and the brightness was enough to make Suzuha flinch for an instant. Kagari was wearing a full-face helmet, and that made all the difference. He leapt towards Itaru just a moment before Suzuha. Kagari's black knife went up to his throat. Kagari spun around behind him, using Itaru's huge body as a shield. Suzuha staggered toward him, gritting her teeth. Let go, Kagari. Lay one finger on Dad. And I don't care who you are, Kagari. I'll kill you. Kagari remained silent as she headed outside the door with her hostage. And the next moment, she shoved him forward. Itaru lost his balance and fell towards Suzuha. Suzuha fell to the ground underneath his weight. Itaru just barely managed to support himself with his arms and legs to keep from crushing her. Move! Suzuha tried to shove him off, using a little more force than she may have intended. Itaru was so huge it would take him a moment to get up. This is why I told you to lose weight! She was getting away. Then I managed to crawl out from under him and quickly tried to follow after Kagari. Itaru was still lying on the ground as he tossed the naked Suzuha her shirt, grabbed it and quickly put it on and ran outside. When she looked around the street, the girl in the motorcycle leathers wasn't there. There was no way to even know where she'd gone. Got away. Dangerous to run around trying to find her now. The chance Itaru would be attacked while she wasn't at the lab. Was that Kagari-tan? Itaru came outside as well. Yeah. I'm almost certain. I see. This is how it's going to be with the two of us in the end. Bruises and wounds were bad enough, but the pain that ached in her heart was the worst of all. You know, I really did like her. Yeah. She was small, but so brave. And she always did her best to protect big sis Mayu. I taught her a lot. I thought of her as like a little sister. Yeah. But now, she's completely my enemy. Itaru straightened up her shirt sleeves. You know, you look like a slutty girl in an age game right now, Suzuha. Suzuha was caught completely off guard. Her t-shirt only came down to just below her hips, roughly the length of a miniskirt. Breasts were almost completely bare. The shirt's hem was turned up and she felt exposed. I don't mind age games with slutty girls, and I don't think the whole naked except for a t-shirt thing is all that bad. This is not the time! Never is the time! Being silly again. Could have gotten badly hurt. Itaru shook his head. I got freaked out by the knife, but I don't think I really needed to be that scared. Unless I'm mistaken. Itaru rubbed the part of his neck where the knife blade was. When she had the knife to my throat, I could hear it. Just a little. Yeah, what? He was probably crying. Crying? Under that helmet? That whole battle with Suzuha? Or holding a knife to Itaru's neck? But why? So don't you think it's too early to jump to conclusions? Dad,
ん
you buy me that vanilla ice
買っ
cream?
てきてくれた？バニ
もちろん。
Yeah, of course.
食べたいな。
Love to eat it. I'm a little
私
tired.
ちょっと疲れちゃった。
And she almost fell forward.
で、
You thought they managed to catch her before she hit the ground.
おい、鈴
Hey! Hey, Suzuha!
ごめん、
I'm fine,
平気。
but
で
let
も
me rest a little.
少しだけ休ませて。
That was all she had the energy to say. She closed her eyes in her dad's arm, and her consciousness melted away. Back to Rentaro. When July came, the sun shone down even harder in eastern Japan. Summer was truly here. News had been saying for days that the heat island effect might make this the hottest summer in years. And on the first Sunday in July, I met with Maho and Akihabara. Waiting at the open cafe at the UPX when Maho arrived, she was a little late.
岡部さん。
久しぶり。
It's been a while. Got an iced coffee and took a deep breath.
と言っても、
You know,
ビデオチャットで顔
talk to each other all the time on video chat.
そうね。
Right.
あまり久し
Doesn't
ぶ
feel
り
like it's been that
という
long.
感じがしないわ。
Habit of paying no attention to her clothes or looks hadn't changed at all in the last 6 months. You were going to think she was an elementary school kid who decided to go play at a friend's house. Would have said her if I said that, so I never would.
まさかこっちに来てる
I had no idea you were here.
偶然
If I hadn't happened to see Dr. Leskinen, I never would have found
知
out.
らないままだった
落ち着いたら連絡
Going to contact you once things calm down.
クリスのこと
We need to talk to each other about Kurisu at some point eventually.
しなければならないのだし。
今回は
Did you hear about the new encephalitis cases?
レスキネン教授
Dr. Leskinen is, at least. I am really scared. Because she seems to be acting a bit too normal.
私はその助手
I'm his assistant, but I'm mostly in charge of
ど
Amadeus.
ちらかというとアマデウス担当。何か不具合は
Have there been any problems?
と言っても
I assume not, since I'm still getting my usual
報
reports.
告は受けているから大体のじ
あ
Yep, nothing really.
最近はクリス
It's been a struggle to deal with Kurisu, though.
ちょっと
The voice from my smartphone, which I had placed on the table.
プロってどういう意
What do you mean by struggle? I'd left the Amadeus app turned on. Of course, Kurisu could hear everything we said.
最初に会った頃より
He's gotten a little ruder since we first met.
あんたが勝手に
Afraid of me for no reason is all.
かもな
Maybe. Running into our old relationship in the Alpha World line where we'd fought all the time. Starting to lose track of whether that was a good or bad thing for me. Thought I was trying to forget about Kurisu.
キアジョーさんは
We were pretty rude when we
初めて会
first
った
met.
時の方が口調はきつ
あれは
That was...
初対面の人には
She's rough on people when she meets them for the first time.
なぜか
You know why?
年相
Because they refuse to treat her like she's her real age, like I'm my real age. Two of them spoke in unison.
だからつい借り
I always get upset.
ある程度親し
Once I get to know someone, they stop talking about my appearance, right? I can speak more normally around them is all.
穏やかに話せるというだけ
Guess I was right not to comment on her outfit. That was a close call.
アマデウスの話に
Anyway,
戻すけど
back to Amadeus.
クリスの口調が
An interesting sign that Kurisu is developing a bit of a sharp tongue.
私や教授
Side of her, she never shows me or the professor, right?
それだけ
That may be a sign of how much she's opened up to
と
you.
も言えるかもしれない開いてません
I have not. I simply smiled and ignored her,
そうした心の動
and analyzed those psychological changes as code.
私や教
This
授
is a change we never would have seen if she'd only been speaking to me and the professor.
それだけで
That alone means we were right to keep you on as a tester.
もらった価値もあるというものよ
そんなものか
Is that how it works?
レスキネン教授
Well, Leskinen was very impressed by this too.
評価していたわ過大評価だと思
I think you're giving him too much credit.
実際
In fact, whenever he talks to me, he's always complaining. Not very manly, you know.
あまり男らしくないというか
Well, I knew my personality had gotten a bit negative. Especially given what I've been through. But did you really need to say that to Maho right now? An eye for an eye it is, then.
ちなみに
By the way, something I haven't told you yet.
何かしら。
What is it?
これはおそらく
Something I don't think you or Dr. Luskinen are aware of.
把握していないことだと思う。
待って。
Wait, what are you going to tell her?
何の話をしようとしてるの。真帆先輩や。
Something Maho and the professor don't know? About me?
私についての。
栗ご飯と
Does the phrase Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha mean anything to you? A few weeks ago, I had actually searched for Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha on a whim. It was the hand that Kurisu had used on that channel when she was still alive. An online nickname, like my nickname Dervish. It's rare for people to use online nicknames on boards like @channel. If a user does not pick a nickname, they simply be displayed as anonymous. When I'd seen the comment started in the summer of 2008 and abruptly stopped in July of 2010, and then started up again in December of that same year. Even now in July 2011, they were still appearing. It wasn't Kurisu's ghost, and it wasn't an imposter, then the one who could have been writing these posts were... Rintaro Okabe, why don't we have a private chat? So it was you after all. Do you think it's a bad idea not to tell them? An even worse idea to tell Maho! Why? Because I haven't breathed a word to her about me going on that channel. Why hide it? Not the crime to read no comments on that channel. Isn't that right, @channeler Kurisu? Listen, call me that one more time, and I'll start making up gossip about you on that channel. That's practically a crime, though. Can't help but laugh. Conversations like this brought back so many memories. I used to be so full of myself that I ticked off Kurisu all the time. Hey, what are you talking about? Nothing, don't worry about it! Delete all your memories of today from your hippocampus, please! Can hide it, but she's going to find out eventually. You just shut up. You two have gotten a lot closer over the last 6 months. Oh, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? No, just... It's so long since you and Okabe have seen each other, and I'm doing all the talking. Why don't you two take some time and chat? It's not what I meant. Oh, Okabe's fault for saying something weird, isn't it? That's true, Goody Kohan and Kamehameha. This freaking voice acting is amazing. Please don't say that. Like the real Kurisu, she was strangely obsessed with hiding the fact that she was a Nat channeler. Need to go cool off a little, so I'm going to hang up. Bye. Kurisu disappeared from the screen. Lisa had been kind of rude lately, so I felt good to have a chance to get back at her. If I ever did it, she was probably going to hold a grudge, so this was likely a good place to stop. What's Kuri Gohan? Really want to know? Ask Kurisu. If I explained it, she'd probably get mad and refuse to talk to me again. So how long are you going to be staying here? Might be longer than last time. I don't know anything about the new encephalitis Dr. Luskinen is researching. Also, that I'll be sent back on my own too. Got time, visit the lab. Your daughter and Mayuri would love to see you. Pretty sure, but I don't know about Hashida. I was finally starting to understand Daughter's true nature. Speaking of Daughter, she should be on a date with Yuki and Mani right now. By the way, what happened to Kurisu's laptop? I destroyed it. It was the best thing to do. I explained that to you before, didn't I? Yeah. You're right. Look down, a sad expression on her face. I told her I was going to do it ahead of time, but it still must have upset her to see one of the last things she had to remember Kadisu by destroyed. Zuzu. I see Ishimaru in the back. She's in a ramen shop? Curry shop. About half the seats that Go-Go Curry was full. Sunday, but it was also after 2 p.m. and so the lunchtime rush was over. I was sitting at the restaurant's far edge. Baseball cap pulled down over her face. She was hiding her face with the cap and carefully watching a couple sitting nearby. Yeah, Major Curry! Major Curry. One of the items of the Go-Go Curry menu consists of an extra large portion of rice, a pork loin katsu, chicken katsu, hot dogs, fried shrimp with tartar sauce, and a boiled egg. If an employee put down 2 giant silver plates, or trays more accurately, in front of them. Oh, is this where he took her on the date? Zuha could see the other customers looking at them and whispering. The couple really stood out after all. The man was a giant who looked like he ate Major Curry all the time, but the woman was slim, pretty, and looked very kind. The combination of huge man and slim woman was as imbalanced as a combination of pretty good and Major Curry. Major Curry was big. It was huge. Zuha knew from experience. Massive silver trays were loaded with rice and curry and topped with 2 fried cutlets, fried shrimp, sausage, a boiled egg, and a mountain of cabbage. It was 2 or 3 times as much curry as you'd find in a normal dish, and the toppings were just as big. Even a growing young boy would find it hard to eat them all. Zuha was irritated. Why are you ordering Major Curry on your first date with her, Dad? Beauty and the Beast couple that Suzuha was watching, of course, was Itaru and Yuki. In the morning, they'd gone to see a movie in Yugakucho, and they'd come to Akihabara and gone straight to Go-Go Curry. Suzuha had followed them the whole time, but she couldn't believe Itaru's choice of date spots. I don't mind Go-Go Curry at all. In fact, I like it, but this is your first date! There are other places you could have gone! Clutched the spoon tight and gritted her teeth. Suzuha knew next to nothing about Japanese youth culture in 2011, and even she knew it was a bad idea. Who knew what was going through Yuki's mind? Or so Suzuha thought. But... wow, it's even more amazing than the pictures! Surprisingly, Yuki was ignoring the people around her and innocently enjoying the huge curry. Amanishi, if you can't eat it all, I'll finish it for you, okay? Okay, thank you. But I'm actually pretty good at this. Yeah? That's a surprise. I actually would always just come and look at the menu outside. I always wanted to try this. I'm glad you brought me here. I'm glad to hear that. They had evidently worried over nothing, but still she realized that Itaru was acting strangely. But since he'd come out of the movie theater, he was walking and talking strangely. Instead of his usual hunched posture, he was forcing himself to stand up straight. Every movement seemed oddly forced, as if he were a broken robot. And he downed glass to glass of water. I'm sorry. Can I have some more water too? Oh, sure. Thank you. Itaru poured water into Yuki's cup. She had a bad feeling, and she was right. Itaru was moving so awkwardly that he almost spilled water in her hand. Are you okay? And my hand got a little wet. Anyway, let's see before it gets cold. Okay? Yuki quickly wiped down the table with a handkerchief and grabbed a fork and spoon. There were stars in her eyes. Okay, let's eat. Let's eat. Yuki seemed to be really enjoying her meal, but he thought it was very formal and quiet. He was taking little nibbles out of a piece of fried cutlet, like a squirrel eating a nut. The whole time they weren't saying a word. What are you doing, Dad? Mom's not going to want to be around you if you're like that. I had to send him a message online telling him to get his act together, and she'd just taken out her phone when... Here's your extra curry with extra roe! Huge plate was laid on the table in front of her. The customers started murmuring again. Come to think of it, when she'd followed them into the store, she'd ordered her usual major curry with extra roe, and then forgotten about it. Now everybody was going to focus on her. Small shop like this, it was suicide. Suzuha, I can see why Donna's your father. As she expected, her eyes met Yuki's. I didn't realize you were here. Yeah, what a coincidence seeing you here, Yuki, brother. You should have said something. No, I didn't even notice you. Really. She realized that she should probably leave, but she couldn't go without at least taking a bite of the major curry in front of her. Her experiences in the war had left her completely unable to waste food. She felt Yuki and Tada staring at her, she reluctantly picked up a spoon. Yeah, you two enjoy yourselves. Her only choice was to finish her extra large curry as soon as possible. She couldn't let herself be in the way. But instead, Yuki came over and picked up Suzuha's plate. Excuse me, can my friend sit with us? Yeah, go ahead. He says it's okay. Let's all eat together. Wait! Why? Why? Because you ordered major curry too. I think we need to have a race. Actually, that can be the judge. And before Suzuha could respond, Yuki had moved her plate over to their table. No, wait! She had no choice but to follow, but before she sat down, she whispered in Yuki's ear. On a date, right? Huh? Oh yeah, I'm on a date. Makes me blush when I say it out loud. Tada didn't react at all, even though she was sure he'd overheard that. I've never been on a date, so I don't know how they work, but... Is it normal to have a curry speed eating contest with another girl in the middle of a date? I don't really know. But you see it a lot in anime and manga, don't you? I don't have words right now. But the sister doesn't want to lose, her big brother runs up to the girlfriend and says, "Let's have a competition!" You guys are perfect for each other. For some reason, Yuki seemed incredibly enthused. Suzuha was overwhelmed by her energy. I don't know anything about that. That's how it works, brother. Even when she turned to Tada for help, he just awkwardly sat there eating his curry like a robot. Brother? He awkwardly turned his head to face her, the rest of him stayed completely still. Did you say something? What's wrong? You're acting weird. I'm not acting weird. I am not acting weird at all. I glanced back at Yuki. And for the first time, Yuki looked concerned. In the end, Yuki and Suzuha did have the curry eating contest. And surprisingly, both of them completely finished their meals. Suzuha won by a very small margin, but the battle was exciting enough that not only the other customers, but the staff as well were applauding at the end. The whole time, he thought he kept eating by himself. This wasn't even a conversation, let alone a date. He sent Itaru home alone. Part of her wanted to demand Itaru to explain herself right now, but she decided to talk to Yuki instead. She tried her best to avoid Yuki so far in order to keep her identity a secret, but it was July now. She would be gone from this era very soon. It might be her last chance to talk to Yuki at all. Yeah. So glad you were there. He sighed a little after Itaru left. Maybe I did something to offend him. Ashida doesn't seem to enjoy being around me. You don't think he was just nervous? But he was having fun talking with me before the movie, you know. But after the movie, started acting really strange. Did I do something wrong? Why are you concerned about this, is what I want to know. I asked him to take me to the curry place, but since he was acting like that the whole time, I wasn't really sure what to do. And so since you happened to be there, I turned to you for help. What happened inside the theater? We hadn't followed them inside. Spent about 2 hours killing time outside. Hey. Why do you like my brother? I mean, maybe I shouldn't say this, but he's not exactly a lady killer. What do you think about your brother? Me? Do you like him? Hate him? You like him, right? I can tell by watching you. Well, yeah. There were parts of him that she didn't like, but of course she loved her dad. Wait, why are we talking about me? So, what about you? I still don't really know if I like him or not. I see. Not only had Itaru not told Yuki he liked her, this was still their first date. They hadn't spoken that much before either. She hadn't even reached the point where she saw him as a member of the opposite sex. For almost a year, Suzuha had stayed with him. He and Mayuri and Ferris had done everything they could to get the two of them together. There hadn't been any real progress. Suzuha felt uneasy when she thought about the future. Maybe her dad wouldn't be her dad anymore. Maybe her mom wouldn't be her mom anymore. Brother and mom wouldn't be together. Imagine that future. I don't want that. Look straight into Yuki's eyes. I'm going to be leaving soon. I'm moving someplace far away. Really? I don't think I'll be back. I'm worried about Dad. I mean, my brother. But Yuki, I know this is a weird thing for me to ask. And then she bowed deeply. Please take care of Itaru Hashira. There was no answer from Yuki. She looked up, afraid, and tried to gauge the expression on her face. She looked kind of lonely, kind of sad. I don't know what I want to do. He whispered, and then Suzuha. Oh jeez, what are we going to do? Everything's almost finished, even though it's never even started! As soon as she got back to the lab, she had her useless father. Well, Suzuha, I'm sorry. The Hashira family is doomed. Stop sitting there feeling sorry for yourself. This isn't funny. Stop by explaining why you were acting that way today. You looked so excited when you left this morning, and Mom said you were normal until halfway through the movie. Yeah. So what the hell happened? Well, you see, listen to this. You know how movie theater seats are cramped, right? So I tried to sit as far to the edge as I could so I wouldn't get in Amanishi's way. And then I heard this crack and the seat almost broke. And then I tried to support myself, so I grabbed the armrest. But it wasn't the armrest. It was Amanishi's hand. Yeah? Mom didn't say anything about that. I'm telling the truth. It was so soft, it couldn't have been an armrest. It was a girl's hand, it had to have been. I see. You see, I've heard a lot of 2D girls' hands, but never of real girls. And what happened then? Amanishi's so nice, I guess she didn't try to shake it off because she didn't want to hurt me. But you know how fat I am, right? I sweat a lot. It must have gotten soaked. But she didn't say a word. And so I really started to think about that. Oh, I see. That's why you were acting so weird. I'm sure in her mind, Amanishi was going, "Get off me, you creepy loser pervert." Mom's not like that. In fact, from the way she was acting, she probably thought she'd upset him somehow. Problem was what she'd said. I don't know what I want to do. What did she mean by that? I don't know what Mom's thinking. Let's give up on Mom and you can live with me. She won't exist, you moron! You're not making any sense! How am I even supposed to be born? But it's impossible! How come you're not even trying? Even if things look bad, you have to keep going! Grabbed her father by the collar and shook him. I'm literally thinking of any anime where the person's just grabbing them from the collar and throwing them back and forth. Kinda like Okabe did with Mayuri and Steins Get the Lead when she recognized Kiryu Moeka. Yay! If you don't! You remember how sad Yuki had looked when they said goodbye. Otherwise, something awful will happen. Yeah. Because I was starting to wonder about leaving, especially now that she had even more to worry about. Maybe I shouldn't have talked to Yuki after all. I realized again how powerless she was being from the future. Okabe, and he's in the lab. The Global Brain Science Comprehensive Research Organization Japanese Office Prep War Room. Please tell me you don't have to say that every single time you come in here. And Waka City hasn't changed a bit in 6 months. There's only abbreviation for that. GBSCROJOPR. Still far from being what it needed to be, and still almost completely empty. There was rows and rows of empty desks. The amount of dust on the tables had perhaps increased. After Dr. Luskinen had left, it had probably remained unused. Sorry to call you out here like this, Lintalo.
Yeah.
Oh, it's fine. Freaking subscription alert, get off my face. Missing the old phone wave name subject to change now, huh? You sent me a text earlier that said subject to change, and immediately I thought of the phone wave. I cannot call a microwave anymore at work. I always almost say phone wave. It's driving me nuts. Oh, it's fine. Luskinen had told me he wanted to update the Umdeus app to the latest version, so I'd come to his office after class. I had connected my phone to her PC to begin the process. He said it would only take 10 minutes, so I was sitting around and waiting. By the way, Lintalo. I know we discussed this before, but would you seriously consider being an exchange student? If it doesn't bother you, I'd be willing to write a recommendation letter. Of course, you need to pass the test and the interviews. I frantically straightened my posture. That's a very tempting offer, but I don't think I got the academic talent for it yet. My goal is to go to Victochondria, and so I really don't want to screw it up. Following in Kurisu's shoes. So I was planning on really buckling down and studying for at least another year. The Leskinen pursed his lips as I tried to stammer out an explanation. But soon...
Okay.
He patted me on the shoulder and smiled. I knew you were a very thoughtful young man. Really? No one's ever told me that before. Hey, it was one thing. Maybe I was just a coward. There were the times when you needed the courage to move forward without being afraid of failure. Was now one of those times? So you'll try it for next year then? Yes. Maybe. Did I miss my chance? Dr. Leskinen wait until next year? I had to get nervous. It's not good to obsess over things too much. I think even coming to visit would help your motivation. Visit? If the timing works out for you, we'd be willing to pay to have you visit. How about it? I can't believe you'd do that for me! Thank you! Of course, I don't know when I'll be heading back to America next. I can't say exactly as to when it will be. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Right. Bowed my head in gratitude. Meeting Dr. Leskinen was a really lucky break for me. By chance, my eyes met Maho's. For some reason, her smile was a little sad. Quickly looked away and went back to her work. Maho was staying in a business hotel a few stops down from Wako City. Yet she deliberately avoided staying in the same hotel as the last time. It's not quite as convenient, though. You know, why not clean up a little? I didn't spend that much time in Japan and it was already messy. Clean up? Got everything laid out in the most efficient manner for my use. Meant she was refusing the hotel's cleaning services. You know that's why you're never getting a boyfriend, right? I could hear Kurisu from my phone. She was annoyed. After the app updated, I'd left Amadeus running. Nobody asked you! Any normal person would be embarrassed to invite someone over to a room like this. Well, cleaning wasn't a specialty of mine either. It wouldn't be right to give her too much of a hard time. So what did you want to talk about? I came to Maho's hotel because she said she wanted to talk to me about something. I wouldn't have minded talking about it in the office, but she insisted on speaking alone in her hotel room. And she didn't mean anything by it. After knowing her for half a year, I knew she wasn't the type. It looked like she was having trouble finding the words she wanted to say. You still haven't told me the truth about what happened to Kurisu. We shut down the Amadeus app. And I wanted to ask you about the time machine too. You're the one who said that Kurisu was involved in Dr. Nakabachi's paper. Was she really working on a time machine? How should I answer that? Last time she'd been trying to decrypt Kurisu's laptop. I was willing to tell her what I'd experienced in order to get her to stop. In the end, I'd lost a chance though. Things were different now. Kurisu's laptop was gone. There was no reason to bring it up anymore. And Maho said something I didn't expect. Actually, I've been researching a time machine for the last 6 months, along with my normal research. What? I thought that if Kurisu could do it, so could I. It's a silly rivalry. Maybe I'm just being stubborn. But you know, I can make a time machine, I told myself. Maybe I could save Kurisu. Don't! This was awful. Why bring it up now? Maho was still haunted by Kurisu's death just as much as I was. Don't get any stupid ideas! Don't try to save Kurisu Makise. It's impossible! The laws of God won't allow it. And I was right. I was right. You know something, don't you? Maho got closer to me. She really do it? Could she really make a time machine? You used it to become humanity's first time traveler, didn't you? I know you did. You have any proof of that? I pretended to remain calm. Maho seemed shocked at her own words. I'm sorry. Being weird. I can't believe I said something so delusional. Oh god. Oh god. Look what you just did, Rentawa. Look what you just did. I started to cry. I didn't know what to do when she started crying right in front of me. What's gotten into me? I didn't mean to cry. My crying voice is always the same for women. I hate it. Why can't I do a good girl voice anymore? Used the fingers to wipe away the tears. Seemed pretty unstable. It sensed a lot more fragility than I'd seen before. It looked like she'd been psychologically pushed to the limit. All the things she'd experienced must have taken a toll on her. When we were talking on video chat, I hadn't seen any signs of that at all. Did I tell her? It was researching a time machine. That was a bad sign. I might start looking into things and open doors that should remain closed. If that was the case, I should tell her what I experienced and then have her give up, just like I did. Fine. I'll tell you what I experienced. Promise me, you won't tell anyone. And I'll say this one more time. Don't get any ideas about saving Kurisu Makise. Got it? Not unless she wiped away the tears. I told her about the events in the Alpha World Line, about the time machine, about reading Steiner, about the method of sending memories back through time that I called a time leap, about how Kurisu had developed a time leap machine that made this possible, about Suzuha Amane, time traveler from the year 2036, what the future Suzuha had told us about in the Third World War, and about how the base to develop a time machine would set off that war. I told her all these things, as matter-of-factly as I could, so how Kurisu died. I couldn't tell her that. When I told her everything, she fell silent for a bit. Yeah. Took a deep breath, frowned, and rubbed her temples. My head hurts. You don't need to believe it all. You can think I'm crazy if you want. It doesn't bother me. If you insist on continuing to research a time machine and save Kurisu Makise, I'll do whatever I have to in order to stop you. Give up on any ideas you've got. Stop pushing yourself so hard. About the same moment, Maho put her hand up to stop me. Let me get this all straight in my head a little more. It was reading Steiner you told me about. It's not the new encephalitis. The symptoms match what Dr. Leskinen told me about. That's true. It might be. I still don't know whether I should tell him or not. Maybe it may just confuse him for no good reason. What do you think? Don't ask me, please. Maho was still massaging her temples with her fingers.
そうだな。
That's true.
すまない。
Sorry.
あなたは
You really destroyed
クリスの
Kirisu's
ノート PC を
laptop.
本当に破壊してしまったの？
ああ、
Yeah,
壊した。
I did.
中身は
You see what was on it?
ロックの
I didn't know how to crack the password. There was no way I could. Even Dada said he couldn't do it. There was no way I could do it on my own.
あなたはク
Did
リ
you
ス
read the
が書い
original
たタイム
paper on
マ
the
シ
time
ン
machine that
オリ
Kurisu
ジナルの
wrote?
論文を読んだの？
いや、
No. Well, kept asking me questions. Seemed to be in some kind of strange hurry.
あなたは
You know how Kurisu made her time
どうや
machine?
ってタイムリープマシンを完成させたか知って
おおよそ。
The basic ideas.
再現でき
Could
る？
you recreate it?
どうだろう。
I don't know.
ダルの
Maybe with Dada's help.
あるいは
できるのね？
But you could, right?
俺一人じ
It
ゃ
would be difficult to do on my own.
私なら
What about me?
そんなことは考え
Don't
ない
even think about it. And suddenly grimaced as if she was in pain. I realized how pale she was.
ヒヤジョさん、
Yajo,
大丈夫か
are you okay? Do you really have a headache or something?
少し
You want to lie down? She shook her head and kept asking questions.
タイムマシンは
Where's the time machine now?
今どこにあるの？鈴葉さん
The one
が
that Suzu had used. Where is it?
それはどこに？どこなの？
Where? I wasn't sure if I should say that without Suzuka's permission.
秋葉原だ。
Maho looked so desperate that I found myself answering her question.
ラジカンの屋
Still
上
there,
今
top of the radio building.
So,
See. Shoulders slumped and her head drooped. I was worried that she might ask to see it for herself, but maybe she really was sick.
本当に
Are you really okay? Put my hand on her shoulder and looked at her face.
今日はも
You should rest
う
for today.
が
There was no warning at all. Those tiny bodies slammed into me. Force was enough to push me back to the wall. What are you? Before I knew what was happening, her arm was against my throat. She was using the bone in her arm to put pressure on my windpipe. Couldn't breathe or speak. This was my body and tried to resist, still clueless as to what was going on. Then she used her other hand to grab my head and slammed it back into the wall. The strength was incredible. A lot bigger than she was, but still I couldn't escape her grasp.
残念だわ、
Sorry, Okabe.
岡部さん。
Her voice was very dark and very cold. Suddenly she moaned again and her face twisted in pain.
頭が
My head feels like it's about to explode! Just crying again.
なんで
I see. I see. I think I understand.
なんで私に
Why did you tell me?
してくれたのよ。あなたは
You didn't have said anything!
待っているべきだ。
Didn't escape. Got into her long hair and tried to pull her away, but she didn't move at all. It was as if she felt no pain. My phone had been vibrating in my pocket for a while now. I desperately grabbed for it, pressed the button without even looking at the screen. Please answer, Kurisu. It's blacking out. Is it going to die here? Not even knowing why Maho was trying to kill me? But the whole time she was strangling me, Maho looked like she was in so much pain. Wait, was she still crying? Before I could figure out if her tears were real or an act, I passed out. When I woke up, my throat hurt. I had to cover my mouth with my hands, but something was keeping them from moving. My eyes and thought I was sitting in some kind of chair with my head facing downwards. I slowly raised my head. Hands were tied to the armrest with zip ties. I tried to break out, the ties dug into my skin and hurt very badly. I tried looking around. The room I'd never seen before. There were machines that looked like they belonged in the operating room of a hospital. The wall was also lined with monitors like some kind of guard room or control room. I didn't see any windows, but I had no idea where I was. It hurt when I tried to talk, and I remember when Maho had almost killed me. Why had she done that? I felt more confused than angry.
やあ、レンタロウ。目が覚めたかい?
Just slips and saw the waving shadowing beneath the dim fluorescent lights in front of me. I knew that voice.
レスキネン。気分はどうかな?
How do you feel?
喉が渇
You're
いた
thirsty.
な。
I can get you some
水を用意
water.
させるよ。
I looked again. I saw that he wasn't alone. There were several men behind him in black suits. They were looking at me without saying a word. All of them were holding guns. They looked like MIBs and reminded me of the foreigners I'd almost ran into at Daughter's shop 6 months ago. Was it the same group?
これは
What's going on here?
一体
Well, a lot of things I wanted to ask, but more than anything, I wanted to know why Dr. Leskinen wasn't helping me. Of course, the first thing that came to mind was the obvious answer. It was Dr. Leskinen who had put me here. Mahu had captured me under his orders. I didn't want to think about that.
ここは
Where are we?
どこですか?
All I could ask was a stupid question like that.
私の目に
I was right.
はなかったよ。君は
You truly are a treasure trove of information.
今や
Right now, you're as valuable as the President of the United States.
価値のある人物と言ってもいい。
I was gonna comment about something, but no, never mind. Never mind. He didn't answer me, but he showed me a self-satisfied smile. I could feel alarm bells going off in my head. Getting more suspicious of Dr. Leskinen.
俺は監禁されてるんですか?
You went to the Ward line. WWW. You went to that, and the government had Amadeus Kurisu. And you even questioned. You told Maho not to tell anyone in America. Otherwise, it would. Am I in prison here? It would be more accurate to say you're under our protection. Once your value becomes clear, there will be a lot of people coming for you. You order this? Dr. Leskinen. That's right. I made the decision. After hearing about your information from Maho. Where's Hiyajo? Resting in a hotel room, I'd imagine. Did Hiyajo become my friend in order to extract information from me? That wasn't her original intent. In the end, that's how it ended up, though. And you too? You nice to me because you were after something? Just who are you? Now, please calm down. I've told you before, haven't I? A scientist must remain calm at all times. Excitement is only allowed when the experiment is a success. Instead of feeling calm, Dr. Leskinen's attitude was pissing me off. I felt betrayed. It was rage, frustration, sorrow, and a lot of other feelings all mixed together as I gritted my teeth. Dr. Leskinen ignored me and gave a brief order in English to the other men. They left the room. Only Dr. Leskinen and I remained. Now then, Lintalo, I'll tell you about my other job. Your other job? Then I remembered the other ward line that I'd been sent to. Moyama had told me that the American organization had demanded that I be turned over. Are you with the CIA? The NSC? Dr. Leskinen only chuckled. Don't compel me to those idiots. They're just a bunch of useless government employees. Are you aware of an American civilian intelligence company called Strategic Focus? Strategic Focus. Heard of them before on a conspiracy theory site that the old me used to read all the time. Official name Strategic Focus, an American civilian intelligence company sometimes called the Shadow CIA, has its own independent intelligence network that it uses to gather and analyze security information from around the globe, and many famous companies and military organizations sit on its board of advisors. They are a for-profit company with completely different ideas and policies from groups like Anonymous, who crack classified information, or WikiLeaks, which publishes public interest information from whistleblowers. There's a real information brokerage company named Strategic Forecasting Inc., based out of Texas. This company bears no relationship whatsoever with Strategic Focus. But reading that, they acquired top-secret information on Russian ballistic missiles that even the CIA couldn't get, and sold it. The result was the destruction of the CIA's reputation. At the same time, the total reorganization of Russia's military strategy. I'd even heard rumors that during the Gulf and Iraq wars, they'd obtain information about the warring countries faster than anyone, and spread it as needed. The world's government supposedly called them the Shadow CIA. You work for Stratfor? But I thought you were the chief researcher at the Brain Science Institute. That's my real job, of course. By the way, I often run into people who tell me the exact same things. They tell me that humans are just monkeys that murder each other. The human brain, the development of the neocortex, are what give rise to crazy religions and crazy ambitions. And that's why there are wars. But every time I hear that, I think to myself, that's stupid. It's nonsense. Who could believe something so silly? So why do humans fight all these useless wars then? Do you know, Lintalo? It's because of information. All human beings are part of a certain community, a certain colony, if you will. Each individual thinks he's acting on his own, but in fact, all our brains are connected by the information distributed by our community. And thus, we are forced to live as members of a herd whether we like it or not. Let me give you an example. Well, as examples go, it's not the best, but... The worst massacre in history, which was carried out by a certain European country, did not take place during the dark ages of the witch trials. It was halfway through the 20th century, in a time when an atomic bomb already existed. And the country that carried it out was one of the most civilized on Earth. We'll leave the question of their leader's sanity to the historians, but... what about the people who were actually on the ground, doing the killing? Were they simply murderous monkeys? No. They were people, like any others you might find. Speaking as a brain scientist, I'm certain that if I were to examine one of their brains, I'd find nothing wrong with them at all. But once they received the wrong information, their brains became capable of murder without remorse. The wrong information? This is our job. We are in the right. And anyone who does not obey is evil. That information. What are you trying to say? There needs to be someone who can control the information given to those fragile things we call brains. And that is the ultimate goal of strategic focus. As I am in complete agreement with that goal, I work as an agent for them in addition to being a brain scientist. Do you understand? I don't. It's just the kind of monologue a villain gives in the movies. In the end, all you're doing is selling information for money. You said I'm a treasure trove of information, right? Who are you going to sell information on the time machine to? America? China? Or the war zones in Africa and the Middle East? All of them. Leskinen shrugged his shoulders and quietly laughed. Just like nuclear weapons, every nation needs them to act as a restraint against the others. Time machines are not like nuclear weapons! No one even realizes that they've been used! The whole world might change without even the person who used it knowing! There's no way to restrain their use. The world would just keep changing and changing, with no one knowing which country altered the world. I know how! That's right! A time machine is a far more delicate thing than a nuclear weapon. That's why we need your power. All of you people, I should say. All of you people, I should say. You called it reading Steiner, as I recall. It seems to have the same symptoms as the new encephalitis. That's right. Leskinen was researching the new encephalitis too. We'd researched the point where we realized that the patients may be capable of detecting changes to the past. But we wanted proof. So does every intelligence agency in the world. They're desperately searching. I hated myself for not realizing the possibility sooner. I always had the wrong idea. I thought that the reason the new encephalitis patients were being brought together was just to give them meaningless treatment. But I was naive. Too naive. Leskinen and Stratford's goal was to gather people with reading Steiner and study them. Maho just told me all about your amazing abilities. I had originally just hoped to get information about Ridisu's successes. But instead, we even got information on the new encephalitis. You are wonderful. This puts us a step ahead of the rest of the world. And why didn't you tell me about this sooner? If you had, I wouldn't have had to do so many things to your friend Katsumi's brain. Katsumi Nakase. Did he mean Fubuki? I wouldn't have had to use the procedure on Maho's brain either. Is that why she was acting so weird? She's your assistant, right? She respected you. She looked up to you. How could you use her in a human experiment? I could not match this guy's voice acting if I tried, but I'm trying, okay? If I get yelled at because I'm being loud in my house, it's your guys' fault. It was necessary to acquire information that would benefit all of humanity. And there's no need to panic. Both Maho and Katsumi will survive with only minor impairments to their brain functionality. You're insane. The first time I felt hatred for and fear of the man in front of me. Couldn't believe that this was the same man I'd respected so much. We investigate the brains of patients we've contracted reading Steiner. I'm sure we'll learn more. If we can sell that in a set along with the time machines, we can maintain the military balance of power across the world. We can avoid war. I want your cooperation too. Leskinen's mannerisms hadn't changed a bit, even as he spoke of these horrifying things. He spoke of these insane things in the same manner that Maho once described as like a mischievous child's. You tricked me, didn't you? You approached me just because I was friends with Kurisu. You tried to get information about Kurisu from me. I don't think I ever tricked you. It was a coincidence that we first met. It's true that a major reason I asked you to test Amadeus was your relationship with Kurisu. But it's also true that as I got to know you, I really did take an interest in you. I still wish you could be my assistant. But that's a separate matter. Remember what I said? You're as valuable as the President of the United States himself right now. I need to prioritize the company's work over my private feelings. For the sake of humanity's future peace. I'm sorry, Lintolo, but at the same time, I'm excited. I can't wait to see all the information you possess. Code for hell. You take a copy of your memory data. Your memories are going to be used in the Amadeus system. Interesting idea, right? That way, even if you die in an unfortunate accident, your memories will remain. Oh, don't worry. I'm not interested in killing you. Humans have far weaker security than Amadeus. Once they taste pain, they'll gladly share information to escape it. Their security, when it comes to keeping secrets, is practically non-existent. Torture doesn't work on Amadeus, which means it would be far more difficult to deal with than you. The only reason I'm taking the memory data is to have a backup. Even if, for example, you were unable to endure the torture and went insane. In the near future, we'll be able to download your memories back into your brain. You attended my lecture, so you know this, right? We'll start by getting that memory data. And then you're going to tell me all kinds of things. We're going to be busy. Now, relax. But what? This doesn't explain the car accident. Was that staged then? Or was that an actual, like, American person trying to kill him to avoid this? I'm so confused. Otherwise, I can't extract the data correctly. Don't make that face. No one is coming to help you. This place is under Stratford's control. No one knows about it but us. No one. Was too stunned to think. Wordline change, wordline change, wordline change, wordline change. Nowhere to run. My knees shook in terror as I imagined what was about to happen to me. Maybe it would have been better to die. And then I felt sick as I remembered that I was fated not to die until 2025. No amount of torture could kill me. It was literally hell. Her head hurt. Maho knelt down, closed her eyes, and bit her lips to shut out the pain. There was an annoying noise in her head that wouldn't go away. Made the headache worse. No matter how much she covered her ears, she couldn't block it out. She wanted to scream from the pain, but she held it in because she thought it would only make her headache worse. She could hear her voice mixed in with the noise. It was Dr. Luskinen's. That sounds really annoying.
でないと彼を殺さなくてはいけなくなる。そんなのは嫌だろ。君もリンタロウのことを随分と気にかけていたじゃないか。
I want to voice act, but it's also really creepy hearing the staticky version of him.
散々私やクリスが煽ったからね。君にその気などなくてもついつい意識してしまうものさ。それが人の心理だ。
Oh, you bastard. You actually planned. God damn.
彼を助ける意味でも彼の持つ情報を引き出してほしい。そうしたら私はリンタロウを我が研究室に無条件で迎え入れてあげてもいい。魔法、彼について知り得たことはすべて私に報告しなさい。彼の未来は君の手にかかっていると言ってもいい。
The voice and the noise were extremely unpleasant. She couldn't really understand what the voice was saying. Couldn't hear him speaking. She could hear him speaking, but her brain refused to understand the meaning of the words. It didn't matter either way. I had done something terrible to Okabe Rintaro. She sold him out to Dr. Luskinen in Stratfor. The fact that she knew it just made her guilt worse. Wanted to disappear from the world altogether.
真帆さん？
She was on a busy street in Akihabara in early summer. She can have her auto at Newsbite, living on the side of a building in the shade when she heard someone call her name.
やっぱり真帆さんだ。
Newsbite! In a new outfit.
まゆりさん。
I expected to see Mayuri here, so she didn't know how to respond. Just looked back and stared.
具合悪
Are
い
you
ん
not
ですか？
feeling well?
大丈夫よ。
I'm fine.
オカリンを見ませ
Have
んで
you
し
seen
たか？
Okarin? Maho went completely still. Yuri's innocent question reminded her of her own stupidity and cowardice.
どう
Why?
して
Voice was shaking.
オカリン
Haven't been able to get a hold of Okarin since yesterday.
お家に
He
も
hasn't
帰
gone
ってない
home.
し
He hasn't picked up the
電話も
phone.
出ないし
And he's not answering text messages or
お
Line.
返事来ないんです。ダル君は
Daddy says I'm worrying
心
too
配
much.
しすぎだって言
Something
うんだ
doesn't
け
feel
ど
right.
なんだかだから
I left school early today, now I'm searching around here.
この辺りをずっと探してました。
It was still only July, but it was pretty hot. And wandering around all of Akihabara in this heat? Erishina was a kind, pure-hearted girl. That was the impression that Maho had. She would never betray someone, or get jealous, or let someone use her.
知りたい？
Do you want to know? Mayuri leaned forward.
真帆さん、
Maho, do you know what Okarin is?
何か知ってる？もし知ってる
You
なら
know, please tell
教
me.
えてください。お願いします。
Please. She bowed deeply.
そうか。
I see. And then she realized, and then she wished she hadn't. Mayuri was in love with Rintaro Okabe. A dull pain ran down her temples.
君もリンタロウのことを随分と気にかけていたじゃないか。
Hear the noise in her head. Tell Mayuri everything, then have this innocent girl tell you how horrible you are. Maybe you'll feel better then. The idea raced in Maho's mind. Even as she knew it was wrong, she tried to hold back her headache as she opened her mouth.
ゆうべ、深
I
夜
was with Okabe.
岡部さん
late
と
last
一緒
night.
だったの。そう
Are you?
なんですか。
So,
それ
where
で
is he now?
オカリンは今どこに？
Maho ignored her question.
岡部さんは
This is
昨
what
日
he told me last night.
私にこんな話をしてくれたわ。
No. Told me about another world he had experienced. Where you, Mayuri Shina, had died again and again. Don't tell her. No matter what he did, couldn't save you. Can't tell her this. Escape that nightmarish loop. What are you going to say? Save you. Like another person was speaking using Maho's mouth. Okabe sacrificed Kurisu. He let her die. That's what he told me. He makes a time machine and tries to save Kurisu again. He'll go back to all that. You're hurting her. The words didn't stop. Okabe is so afraid of that. Doing everything he can to protect you. This is the world he chose. For sacrificing many things. Protect you. I'm sure he didn't tell you any of that, though. That's not true. No. Lady was too shocked to speak, like she was about to cry at any instant. Suddenly, Mayuri turned around and started to walk away with some shoulders. Even from behind her, Marco could tell she was having trouble walking straight. The truth was so cruel that confronting it threatened her very identity. That's how it seemed to Maho. Maho was still in a trance. Felt like there was a fog covering everything she saw. It was all out of focus like a mirage. If one told her it was a dream, she would easily believe it. The same was true of her own mind. She knew she should feel worse about what she just told Mayuri. While she realized she heard her, she felt no emotion. Probably why she was able to say something so awful. The phone in her pocket began to vibrate. She looked away. She looked and saw it was from Amadeus. Kurisu. The small thin needle pricked her paralyzed heart. Couldn't answer it. How could she? Stared at the LCD screen, unable to move her finger even a centimeter. How could I answer it? Couldn't let Kurisu see her like this. But even so, what is that, 11 drinks now? Felt wrong to just stay here. Maho decided to go after Mayuri. By the time she made it to the overpass, Mayuri was already gone. It was right in front of the station. There was many people around. It would have been impossible to find her. Why did you come up to me? You hadn't talked to me. You wouldn't have had to suffer. Not who I used to be. She looked down over the station from the overpass and whispered to herself. Then she saw someone in a distinctive outfit approaching her. I wonder who that could be. Oh, I was wrong! They were wearing a black motorcycle suit and black full-face helmet despite the heat. That might have been a cosplayer, but instead of trying to take pictures, the people nearby were avoiding them. When a closer look, the person appeared to be a... Even Maho could tell that she had incredible proportions. The woman walked under the overpass and vanished from Maho's view. Then she came up the stairs. She came right towards Maho. Maho quickly looked away, like the other pedestrians. Tried to run away. But before she could, the woman in the motorcycle suit ran over and wordlessly grabbed her hand. There was a pain in her cheek. She was caught off guard and staggered to the ground. But she didn't know what had happened. She grabbed her aching cheek, and only then did she realize that the woman in the motorcycle suit had slapped her. You hurt Mommy, didn't you? You could hear a muffled female voice from within the helmet. I'll kill you. Her voice was very calm, which only terrified Maho more. Professor told me about you, but it doesn't matter. Professor? Who are you? She was wearing a helmet. Maho couldn't read her facial expression. Since the visor was lowered, she couldn't even see her eyes. There was no answer to her question, but the woman looked up to the sky as if she noticed something. Maho looked up too. For a moment, it seemed as if a black shadow crossed the windows of the building. He had a helicopter. It was close. How long had it been there? He hadn't noticed it at all. But the air around her changed. Pedestrians were all looking toward the station in fear and shock. There were people saying things like, "What's that? Filming a TV show? What kind of cosplay event?" Something was going on at the station. Maho stood up and looked too. What is that? Found herself whispering the same thing as the others. But two trucks painted a deep military green parked outside the station. Men were coming out of them dressed in camo and carrying weapons. First she thought it might have been the self-defense force, but the men weren't Japanese. Hard to believe that what she was seeing was taking place in Japan. Men in camo disappeared into the alleyways as everyone watched from a safe distance. They were heading towards the radio building. Maho had heard from Mentaro yesterday that the time machine was there. That Stratfor? Or Russia? Perhaps another country's military? Were they here because Maho had told Leskinen what she'd learned from Mentaro? As the thought crossed her mind, she was hit with another terrible headache. It was all her fault. Everything was her fault. A moment ago, everything had seemed so hazy. Now she felt crushed by overwhelming guilt. Fokabe was right. The Third World War was going to begin here in Akihabara. It would be because she gave the information he shared with her to Stratfor. Suddenly realized that the girl who threatened to kill her had run down the stairs and towards the station. But never did figure out who she was. And her phone started to vibrate again. Risu wanted to get away from the guilt. But this time she picked up the phone.
Senpai! Chris.
Are you okay? Do you mean? What happened to you? Nothing. But you're crying. Only then she realized that her eyes were overflowing with tears. The fog over her mind was now totally gone. All that was left was the guilt, the regret, and the headaches. My head hurts. Am I gonna have to see this mouth every single time? Hear the noise again. Where's Okabe? What happened to him? Who cares about Okabe? You tried to kill him! I saw it! Leave me alone. I can't do that. I couldn't beat you. And how hard I tried, I couldn't be better than you. You know, Kirisu, I respect you. You're younger than me, but I think you're an incredible scientist. At the bottom of my heart, this is what I used to think. Why did you have to show up? Why didn't you come 10 years before? Why didn't you come 10 years later? If it weren't for you, I would have had a more peaceful life. And these awful feelings want to take control of me. I thought I knew. You destroyed! Even though you're dead,
あなたの
you're
存在
still
が
with
私
me.
に付きまとうの。あなたの死を
I want to just be sorry that you're gone, but I
それ
can't.
ができない。越えられない壁
Still
と
this
して
wall that I can't
あ
overcome.
なたが立ちはだかり続けていて、プライドと意地
My
が
pride and stubbornness get in the way.
そんなところに
The
つけ
man
ら
I
れて
trusted the most took advantage of that to betray me,
一番
and I
信
betrayed a
頼して
friend
い
who
た人
trusted
にまで
me.
裏切られて、私もう私
Can't think straight anymore.
だから放っておいてよ先輩。
Getting far too emotional. Well, she'd never behave like this, but she couldn't stop herself. In an explosion in the distance, people around her started to scream, panic, and run. Flames from the explosion were coming from the direction the men in camo had gone. Did they do it? Thought the sounds were getting louder. Glimpses of their dark, agile bodies had flashed in and out of Maho's vision for a little while now. And she started to hear loud gunfire. More than 1 or 2 people shooting. A battle going on between many people, being placed here in front of Akihabara Station, like the beginning of a war. What Rentaro said was true. Palamani might be near the time machine. He might be caught up in the battle. Wondered about the woman in the motorcycle suit too. Started to stagger forward. She still didn't know what she was planning. She needed to take responsibility for what she'd done. The elevators in the radio building were broken. Maho had no choice but to take the stairs to the roof. Maybe the power had been cut, because the lights were off on every floor. You hear sporadic sounds of gunfire from the floors above. Strangely, nobody came running past her to escape. There were several shops in the building, and of course there should have been customers there. Despite the fact that the elevators weren't working. Had they all evacuated earlier, or were they all hiding somewhere and waiting for the terror to end? Was what she thought about as she sweated her way up the stairs. Before she reached the roof, she saw someone for the first time. Sitting on the stairs, cradling her knee. The reason her voice was muffled, but it did seem to be a woman's voice. It seemed big and round in the darkness. There was a moment before she realized that it was a full-face helmet. It was when she realized it was the woman in the motorcycle suit from before. Seemed like a totally different person than the woman she'd met before. She would sob and cry for her mother. Hey, what's going on? Tell me! Shouted louder, and only then did the woman realize she was there. And even stand up. Time machine was destroyed. Who's your mommy? Is it Suzuha Amane? No. Maho's blood ran cold when she heard the name Mayuri. That was true, she would have come here after she left Maho. Maho put her hands to her head. The woman in the motorcycle suit stood up and approached her menacingly.
そうだ。お前が岡部倫太郎から情報を引き出して、それで事態が一気に動き出しちゃったんだ。ママを返してよ。
In answer, the woman let go and fell to the ground crying. It would be so much easier if she just killed me here. I was in such chaos that she couldn't stop herself from thinking it, and stay calm at all. The last thing she clung to was...
クリス先輩
The I made from Makise's memory data. I was still thinking about the last discussion because she seemed upset. Wasn't saying anything. Maho gave up the last of her pride.
クリスどうしたらいい？いろいろなことが起こりすぎて私一人じゃもうどうにもできない。自分のしてしまったことなんだからせめて責任を取りたいの。
And then she realized she was still being proud and corrected herself.
私は
She asked herself, what do I want to do?
私は岡部さんを助けたい。まゆりさんも助けたい。二人に謝って許してもらいたい。それとクリス、あなたのことも助けたいの。だから力を貸してお願い。先輩が
You're asking me for help? Kurisu's eyes were wide. Pride had kept her from ever asking Kurisu for help before. It was the same with Kurisu too. Knowing Kurisu's personality, if Maho asked for help, she'd use every bit of brain power she had to give it.
ねえ、教えてちょうだい。
Come on. Tell me.
あなたなら
Give me some solution.
解決策を
Right.
提示できるでしょう。
Why they said Kurisu Makise was a genius. The woman who made the impossible possible. I waited for Kurisu's answer. Last hope, the last thing left in Pandora's box. Waited for Kurisu to give her the answer. But
無理ですよ。
it's impossible. Maho was struck dumb for a moment, and she realized how selfish she was being and hated herself for it. Great job! You ruined the moment, you prick! She'd expected too much of Kurisu and tried to put all the burden on her. A few moments ago, she'd been the one who rejected Kurisu.
そう
Yeah,
よね。
you're right.
その答えは
Process what
当
you'd
然だ
say.
わ。ごめん、
I...
ごめんね。
I'm sorry,
クリス。
Kurisu.
私、
I was so horrible to you.
あなたにひどいことを言ったのに、あなたが
And I stupidly thought that you'd help me unconditionally.
勝手に思い込んで。
I'll help you unconditionally.
今
What did you just say? I can't turn down a request to help for help from you. I want to save Okabe and Mayuri Shina too.
でも
But then I'd love to help, but fortunately my help would just make things worse. Being constantly monitored by Stratfor. She's aware.
常に
Whenever I'm talking to someone like this, all the information is transferred to Stratfor. The hidden function in the Amadeus app that does that. Even Maho hadn't known that existed. Try to help Okabe. Dr. Leskinen would know all about it. But then what do I do? But if you're willing to take advantage of that, there's something we can do. Uh-huh. Will you trust me? Uh-huh. You're all I've got. Thank you. By the way, I'm sure this conversation is being monitored as well. But then, if they know you're helping me, there are three possibilities. They could take my data off the server and isolate me. Or provide my data with an older version of my memories. In the worst case, they could delete me entirely. Don't worry. You're capable of standing up on your own 2 feet. What about me? I'm worried about you. Nothing but data. Thank you. Kirito on the screen bowed and smiled. Glad that I was able to work with you, Maho. Don't talk like it's the last time we're ever going to see each other. Well, it might be. I hate you! You always do this. You always go and leave me behind. That's who Kurisu Magase was. When I had asked her for help, both she and Kurisu should have been prepared. That's why. Someday, I'll catch up to you. No, I'll surpass you. Just you wait. Yeah. Smiled once more and disappeared from the screen. I wiped away her tears and thwapped the crying girl next to her on the helmet. Thwapped! How long are you going to keep crying? Want to save my Yuri, right? So help me. First, we need to find Okabe. You'll be able to show us how to get out of this. But, you know what Stratfor's hideout is? I don't. Neither do I. Maho grabbed the girl by the hand and helped her up, then raced down the stairs. I don't know. My friend is going to find me the answer soon. Told me to believe in her. Isamakase wouldn't betray me. She left the radio building. She got a message on her phone. While I was continuing, as she hurried away, she looked down at her phone. Bisu. Abe's in the basement of Tokyo Denki. I just learned this now. Followed the monitoring to find the location. Take care of Akabe for me. Teach that damn pervert of a professor what happens to peeping toms who watch me all the time. You read it? She smiled despite everything that was going on. Thank you. Kurisu. Thank you. Touched the phone tightly to her chest. She quickly changed gears. Found the Stratford hideout. Tell me where it is. I'll go there and kill everyone inside. Maho shivered at the ice in her words. She felt a bottomless madness coming from the woman in the motorcycle suit. Now she had to cooperate with her. No way she could get Bintaro back with Maho on her own. Go. You need to take responsibility for the future she'd created. To avoid that cruel future. Maho ran through the streets of Akihabara where a war was already beginning. on Okabe with a really worn-out shirt. Voice. Your voice. Calling my name. They woke up and turned toward the voice. I was standing in the darkness. With a smile on her face that was somehow lonely and somehow sad. Around you. I might betray you again. Listen. I know this is selfish, but I want you to do something for me. Please. Find Steins Gate. Where you're being captured. Something terrible has happened to the ward. Mayuri and Suzuha are both missing. Kagari and I went to the Stratford hideout to save you. Kagari died there. She took several of them with her. But the Letskinen was the only one to escape. Amadeus was deleted too. It was all just too much, isn't it? But now, you're our only hope. Please. I know it's horrible to just leave this all to you, but... Please. Reach Steins Gate, no matter what. Hey, Okabe? Farewell. Woke up on top of blankets laid out on the floor of the hospital. The rooms and even the halls outside were overflowing with wounded people. There weren't enough beds, so there were blankets placed on the floor. Where was I? I was back to the other war line with the war. I wasn't. According to the news on TV, there had been a terror attack in Akihabara. Special forces group from another country had gone on a rampage and it was like something out of a war. The incident had come to an end and the mystery special forces unit disappeared. But many were dead or wounded after the battle. I didn't really remember how I got here. All I remember was being locked up and horribly tortured by Leskinen. My body ached, in fact. And I remember what Maho had said to me in the dream. Is that real? Maho had saved me? She mentioned Kagari? I had it down my pockets and found my phone was still there. I had to call Mayuri. The dream was real and Mayuri is missing. That was impossible. I'd chosen this world line so that Mayuri would survive. Nothing else, it was guaranteed that she'd make it to 2036. She couldn't die today in 2011. No matter how many times I called, she didn't pick up. I forced myself to stand up and leave the hospital room. I'm out to the roof. It seemed I was at the Okonomitsu hospital where Fubuki had stayed before. The morning sky was amazingly clear. The Akihabara in the far distance. There were pillars of smoke rising up. I shivered at the strange sight. From here I could tell how fierce the battle must have been. The world's history was proceeding as John Titor had prophesied. I tried calling Mayuri again from the roof, but nobody picked up. Next move was to call Daru out of desperation.
もしもし、おかりん。よかった。生きてた。お前こそ、よく無事だったな。ラボの近くは案外静かだったんで。今どこだ？逃亡中。秋葉からは脱出したよ。そうか。 フェイリスタンとルカシとは連絡取れた。二人とも避難したってさ。なあオカリン、鈴葉とマユシが連絡つかないんだ。昨日の事件でタイムマシンも跡形もなく壊されちゃったし、鈴葉の語った未来よりも世界の動きがずっと早いよ。
It wasn't a dream after all. While I was unconscious, I said her goodbye.
なあ、誰？俺はさ、普通に生きることすら許されないのかな。こうなることは覚悟してたさ。シュタインズゲートではなく、第三次世界大戦が訪れる世界線を選んだのは、だからって俺が生き残ってみんないなくなるなんて、こんなのあんまりだろ。
Were the laws of God never going to forgive me, no matter what? Was it that much of a sin to escape the will of fate? If it was, then why not just curse me?
僕は
Go
タイ
and
ムマシン
make
作るよ。
time machine.
作るしか。
I don't have a choice.
これで終わりに
Can't let it end this way.
オカリンはどうす
What
る？
are you going to do, Okarin? Smoke was still rising over Akihabara. Stared at it in shock.
俺
Tears welled up. I fell to the ground. Didn't have the strength to stand up. Then answered out his question. No matter how hard you try, no matter how much you work to change things, everything converges back to the way God wants it. You're wasting your time struggling against it, Daru. So tired. Need to sleep a little. There are a few years before the Third World War really begins. 14 years before I die. Live my life averting my eyes from reality. Not wasting my time with a fight that can't be won. The only end that's fitting for a person like me. Sorry, Maho. Sorry, Mayuri. Sorry, Kurisu. Forgive me for giving up here. What? Okay, I need to lower down the volume because I don't know if this is going to be copyright claim. And I do not want it to be captured, but... What? What? No, okay, is this a bad ending? What? 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 I don't... I feel bad, I feel terrible, I don't want this to end. No. No. How did I get a bad... Is it because I kept contacting Makise? Should I have ignored her at some times? This just sucks. I need to see what it says at the end. I need to see what it says at the end. Because this is the worst ending I could have gotten. I hate myself. I got the best ending first in the first game. Is this my payback? Is this God's choice? Am I on the ward line where I suffered because Okabe suffers? Is that what's going on right now? Share my findings once you're ready. I'm gonna look into this again, just like the last game. But that's the difference, though. This doesn't... No! This... What? Duh! Finish the credits already. Get out of my face, Science Adventure Team. You too, 5PB. .143688. Yeah, that had to be the worst ending. That had to be the worst ending. This was not obvious. This is not obvious. That was the worst ending. So how do I get all these? Okay, huh. Could that be... Where does it say 3 out of 3? Oh, you can actually... Yep. Worst ending. Ugh. Right. Eh? However... Is this a hint? Is this where it all went wrong? Notice how I'm missing all this stuff before that one. So something was supposed to happen before that, right? Sure, but oh god, this is weird. I don't. What changes? I'm gonna assume the thing that changes is how often you talk to Amadeus, right? Send me the guide and I'll figure out for myself. Of course, they have this freaking photo on here. Why not? And oh god, yes, of course you'd put all the past ones at the bottom. Well, I want to know what changes the endings. That's the main thing I'm concerned about right now. In that case, should I end? It was midnight, but I want to know. Whether you have your phone on, and whether you answer or ignore certain calls. That is kind of stupid. In the first game, was made a bit easier, but obviously there was going to be specific endings for each. There's no there has to be tips. No. Why do I have all the future gadgets now? Emerson, not being a perverted gentleman. Never turned your phone off. Enclosed epigraph. You can turn your phone off? What? Turn your phone off? How? Phone of Vine, which was better? No! Cancel!
はい、もしもーし。
Hold on. I need to see something. He said phone of Vine, which was better, so can I actually contact him through Vine instead? What does that change? Lab now? Okay, so that's the exact same result then. Beginning I reached, you can never turn your phone off and close epigraph, and you answer Amadeus calling from the daughter in Pandora's box. Let's go to... Question. What is the question? I'm curious. Also, I need to turn the sound back up because it's... I have no idea, actually. I want to test something real quick. I want to see if the skip function stops at any point, or a decision could be made. I know there was one choice here. Who texts here? I forget. What happens if I just ignore Maho? Hmm. Please and thank you. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to ignore the call here. I want to see if that changes anything. I ignored Caduceus' call. I ignored Caduceus' call. Sure, she complained later, but there was some things I just couldn't help. And I saw an old vacuum lying on the floor. What was this thing, I asked myself, and then I realized it was future gadget number 5. What was it doing here? I put all the future gadgets in the back room. No one was planning on cleaning with this thing, were they? We MacDivered it to the point that it didn't work as a vacuum anymore. The term to, it's referred to the act of stripping off the clothes of a female figure, whose clothes were never intended to be removed. From there, it became to mean any sort of customization that was far, far removed from the designer's original intent. Some figures, by the way, include clothes that are intended to be removed, called cast-offs. Not count as MacDiving. The gadget number 5 to the back room, but even messier than it had last summer. The new stuff belonged to Dadu. See a lot of anime, computer boxes, pre-order bonuses, art books, and figure boxes. There were also a lot of parts and machines I didn't recognize. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick, but when I come back, we're gonna play for maybe about, I'm gonna say 30 minutes more, because I want to see what really changes here, okay? So I will be right back. Oh? Oh? Why'd he go? He's scared. Okay. There were also a lot of pasta machines I didn't recognize. Was Dada really working on the time machine? Do it myself if I have to. I promise, Suzuha. Hello, old spite. Once Dada and I had something like a fight over the time machine. I don't remember his exact words. It was well for Dada to be so forceful about what he was thinking. Did I just hear something? It was again. Was it a vat? Hey, Dadu, there's a vat! It's not a vat, it's a rattlesnake! What do you mean a rattlesnake? Be quiet, uncle! I knew that voice. Then someone there. Someone was moving around into the desk. Leaned down and fearfully took a peek. There was Suzuha. What's she doing here? And Dada walked in. Another vat? Seriously? Uh-oh. Pushed Dada out, but it was too late. I know, there's a vat. A vat? A snake? Where? Amy and Yuki were peeking out from behind Dada's back. Hi. This is the This is different. This is not. No, this is the same.
駒沢議員は今日10時から記者会見し、議員辞職する意向を表明しました。
This is the same. I don't know why the skip feature is not working.
鈴葉のせいじゃないよ。オカリンが悪いんだ。
誰が事前に教えてくれなかったからだろう。
教えるタイミングなんてなかったじゃん。
So one thing I want to point out, when I was watching the anime, Okabe didn't answer a phone here. So I'm wondering if the Steins Gate anime actually goes through the true ending, which is why it was so vastly different from what I played through. That first phone call really changed things that much?
もういいよ、二人とも。私が迂闊だっただけで、
Yes.
誰も悪くない。
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Here it is. I saw Harrison say Yanabayashi Shrine. I had to start the app? What app? Twice? Oops. Opens up two endings? Wait, so if I don't answer, I can still get the bad ending? Is that what you're saying? Or if I ignore both of them... Oh, wait, so... Oh, God. You're telling me that to get one of the other endings, I actually have to answer? Not turning your phone off gives you one of two endings, one of which you got. So, okay, so if I did answer it, I could get the bad ending or another ending. If I don't answer it, I go a different direction. Interesting. I think for this sake, I will choose not to answer it, just so I can see things vastly change. No. Wait, how do you not... No. How do you turn off your phone? Stupid... For not turning off the phone, you are given this to determine the ending. Okay, so when I did the other ending, I answered in front of Daru, so that gave me the bad ending. If I didn't answer in front of Daru, I probably would have gotten something else. Okay. Interesting. In that case, I think I might actually load... Oops. Pandora's box. Because that one is the closest to something I can change, right? Ryan doesn't affect it, right? I did this exact same thing too. I went inside and before I answered the damn phone. Meet up later. Akabata. I'm heading home once I'm done. Meet me there. Don't come to Akabata in any circumstances, because so just wait for me. Don't keep contact by evening, give up and go home. Got it? What happened? I know more. Okay, if you say so, can you... Skip. I'm stupid. They monitor her, so if she calls, they know where we are. I look troubled. Didn't want Kadesi hearing this either. Didn't know what to do. And then I remembered the war line where I'd spent a month during wartime. I remembered that the Amadeus Kadesi was being used by the US military there. Still didn't know what that meant. Looked on my phone screen. Should I answer it, or should I talk to Daru first? I was surprised to see you two knew each other, though. Wasn't sure what to say when I saw you together at Meikuin. Well, I figured it out quick, though. You both knew Kurisu Makase. I always forget about his voice. But Mahotan, said you weren't going to tell Okarin about this. Did you change your mind? It'd be more accurate to say he figured it out for himself. Oh, I see. I nodded and grabbed some snacks off the table to go down. Put the smartphone in my pocket. And now I need to focus on talking to Daru. So what did you want to talk? Oh wait, so what did you want to talk about? Know what I wanted to talk about. I'm here with Hyajo. Show me the laptop and hard drive that Kurisu left behind. You figure out the password? I have no idea. What do you mean? I'm trying to tell you one simple thing. Stop trying to analyze that laptop right now. Maybe something lurking within it so terrible that it will plunge the entire world into chaos. Calm down, Kiyoma. Hey, are you listening? Get a grip, dude. Oh, you're one of those, huh? No, I'm being serious! This isn't about Kiyoma Hoenn! Get a grip, dude. I heard him say Chunibyo. I have a grip! I slammed my hand down on the table. Shock was enough to cause one of the empty cans on the table to fall to the floor. Listen to me, okay? This involves Suzuha. You know what Suzuha's job is, right? I'm assuming that's an abbreviation we could... That's like training of Kuwashiku, or give me details. Used when you want something... more information about something. Nakabachi's paper. It was enough for Daru to understand. Seriously? It's serious the whole time. See. Well, I'd more or less assumed that was the case. So that gave me a hint. The word line change was the hint that told me, do not open the phone. However, that's on this word line, quote unquote. Daru didn't say another word. He opened a locked 5% case of thing in one of the racks. I'm gonna hold the skip button in case vortex comes up, but the laptop and a hard drive hidden within. That's it. Laptop was a deep red Japanese model with a 12-inch LCD screen. The hard drive was American from a brand known for equipping its drives with a shock-resistant rubber case. Laptop and hard drive the Kurisu left behind. Just to double check. You weren't able to break the security, right? Well, you know how it is. No hacker can get through my software. Don't do anything else with it. I've been paid already, though. Looked apologetically towards Maho. He was glaring at me. Asked this before, but what exactly are you hiding when it comes to Kurisu? Trying to learn the truth isn't always the answer. That's just what you think. You won't even give me the information I need to make that choice. Dangerous! You know you were just attacked, right? You want to be a coward who just hides behind a knight in shining armor. I'm a scientist. I don't want to give up on trying to reach the truth, no matter how dangerous that may be. Just don't understand. If Kurisu was here, she'd probably say the same thing, wouldn't she? I was startled. I was right. But having the same conversation with Kurisu, when we were looking into Sun, I think. Gonna have to tell her, man. Maho-tan doesn't look like anything you say is gonna convince her. Yeah, it's not. And it's probably more dangerous to be involved and not know what the deal is, right? Only if what you're saying is true, though. Madarado had a point. At this rate, Maho could very well get herself in deep trouble without realizing what she'd done. The fact that she was carrying Kurisu's belongings made her a part of the Third World War. He had no idea. That computer wasn't just something to remember an old friend by anymore. At the center of an international power struggle, Russian-speaking arsonists had forced their way into Kurisu's home in America. Afterward, mysterious men claiming to be in the FBI had searched Dr. Leskinen's lab. The thing was on the verge of exploding, but like me, were nothing in the face of a war between nations. Me telling her about Suzuha. Are you okay with that, Daru? We don't have a choice, do we? And back towards Maho. Yajo, can you promise me one thing? You're a scientist, and I believe a very logical person. Don't let your emotions lead you into doing something stupid. Don't do anything rash. Don't be like I once was. What I'm about to tell you is hard to believe. You may think it's impossible, but it's true. So, get to the point. What is it you want me to promise? Don't get any ideas about saving Kurisu, Makise. Now I'm telling her, and she doesn't have the brain thing going on, so... What? Mouth hung open. She didn't understand what she just heard. Save Kurisu. Can't promise that. I won't tell you anything. But what will it be? That mean it's possible that I could save her? You may think so, but I'm telling you right now, there isn't. What did I just say? Can't give you any answer until I've been given the information I need to decide. Tell me everything. A deep breath and began to tell her the story. About the time machine, about Suzuha, and about the Third World War. The relationship between Kurisu and Dr. Nakabachi, that was supposedly Dr. Nakabachi's theory, was actually based off of Kurisu's writings. Whether that the original copy of Kurisu's work might have been hidden on her laptop or hard drive, so that Russia and America might be fighting over it. Or how Kurisu died, I decided to skip that. So more or less what we just went through in the other world. I want to call them world lines, but no, endings. I was silent the whole time I spoke. A confused expression on her face as she understood my head hurts. Looked like a girl who just graduated to middle school and who was staring at the string of equations on the blackboard that were like nothing she'd ever seen before. My expression didn't change even when I finished. This true? It's not made up? I was asking Daru, not me. Yeah. Can't bring yourself to believe it. That's not it. It's just so different from what I was expecting that I'm having a hard time processing it. What were you expecting? I thought it might be about using Amadeus for military purposes. Military purposes? She spent a lot of time at the psychophysiology lab. She said sometimes she'd be visited by people who looked like they didn't belong there at all. Says she thought they were from the Department of Defense. Russia, the FBI, not the United States Department of Defense? Getting even more suspicious. Did Amadeus kill someone? How? Well, for example, you could take the memories of a veteran pilot and copy them, and use them to control drones. And remember what I said about medical applications? You mean copying memory data back to the brain? Yeah. Could alter memory data and then send it back to the brain. You can make soldiers who didn't feel fear or could carry out any kind of unethical mission without hesitation. Are you being a third wheel? Shoot! So this is basically all identical to... except for Daru. This is identical to when we explained this last time. It's like a Hollywood movie. I mean, reality had caught up to books and movies. I thought was that Kurisu had found proof that they were running experiments like that. Why they went after her? Yeah. I picked up the laptop. Its red body was evidently made out of some kind of magnesium alloy. A lot lighter than it looked. Never expected a time machine, though. Either way, we should destroy it immediately. Without looking to see what's inside? We don't know for sure that it's got what you're talking about. Doesn't matter what's inside it. As long as it still exists, start a war. Still didn't seem satisfied. It is proof that Kurisu was alive once. What she left to us. Can't just get rid of it. You learn what's inside it, they might come after you next. That's true, but it wasn't working. Maybe I needed to try another approach. Earlier you asked Kurisu about the password, right? Of course that was the first thing I tried. But it didn't work, right? Who nodded. Strange, right? Normally she'd know. The Amadeus Kurisu didn't know what it was. There's only one possibility then. Kurisu herself changed the password without Amadeus knowing. Why do you think she did that? Isn't it because she didn't want anyone knowing what it was? Don't dig up the graves of the dead, okay? Dig up her grave? It's not like that! I'm sorry. You're right. Maybe I'm getting too obsessed with Kurisu. I know you really care about her. But you shouldn't get involved with this. Might not be Pandora's box. Might be the gate to hell. Oh, it is. And I went through the I can't even say it. Unibios! Get a grab, dude. Would you stop? Oh, hug the laptop tight to her chest inside. Alright, Okabe. I understand what's going on. I still haven't finished getting it all straight in my head, though. Get rid of this laptop.
破棄しましょう。
ありがとう。
Thanks. I'm so glad she understood.
やっぱり
You really are amazing.
大した人だ。君は
何が？
How do you figure that?
普通
Normal person would just refuse to accept all this.
花から否
I mean,
定
if
す
they
る
didn't, they'd ask a ton of
し
questions.
ないまでも全て疑っ
買いかぶりすぎ。
Giving me too much credit.
いつもの私
Usually I wouldn't even bother refuting this.
どころか聞く耳
I
すら
wouldn't even
つけて
listen.
ないわ。科学者っていうのは
Normally, a scientist should never deny any possibility,
どんな些細
no matter
な
how
ことが
improbable.
あっても
But we have a tendency to put too much faith in common sense and our own theories.
じゃあ
And why is it different this
今
time?
回はなぜ
そこに
Because Kirishi
マキシクリ
Makase,
スが関わっているからよ。
her smile was bitter.
タイムトラベル
Time travel theory?
タイムリープ
Time leap machine? You're joking.
じゃないわ。
That's
そんなもの
impossible.
存在してたまるものですか。でもね、
But it wouldn't be impossible for
クリ
Kirisu.
スならやりかねない。いつだって私
He's
は
always been the one who
常識を
proved that
破壊し続けてきた
everything
んだ。
that everything I thought I knew was wrong.
そ
See,
うか
that's right. Amadeus' login ID was Salieri. I almost said that, but stopped myself. Seemed to me like that ID held some kind of gloomy meaning to her as a scientist. I see.
で
What about my pay?
どうする
I've actually already used all the money Maho-chan gave me to reserve this month's H games.
今月末発売のエロゲー予約で使っちゃったんだよね。
お前
You're terrible.
大変だな
そのための裏
What I do this job for?
いいわ。
It's fine.
お金を
I won't ask for my money back.
もともと
I didn't expect much when I asked you anyway.
言っとくけど、あと
Just so we're clear, another 3 days and I would have cracked the password. Totes serious.
これは
Playing meaning seriously as really.
そういうことに
Yeah,
しておくわ。
whatever. The host smiled and turned back to
ち
me.
なみに、
By the way,
一応証拠は見せて
I want to see proof of this.
証拠
Proof?
どこかに置いてある
Gotta someone, right? This
タイム
time machine?
それと
I wanted to talk to Suzuha too.
一度話を聞きたいわ。
それは
Well,
どうだろう
I don't know about that. Daughter had agreed to it, but still, I told Maho about the time machine without asking Suzuha. Just got into a fight, and I really don't want to bring this up with her. But even showing Maho the time machine would mean I'd need to get Suzuha's permission, and that made it difficult.
ダル
Garu, why don't you talk to Suzuha for me
鈴葉に
instead?
話を通すのはお前から
Before I could finish my sentence, the intercom on the desk beeped.
もう大事な話
What is it? I'm buzzing now! It was the same as ever, but I didn't miss the sudden flash of tension across Daru's face. I had a bad feeling about this.
もしもしなんかあったん
Oh, is something wrong? I flipped the several channels on the security monitor as he continued to talk on the phone. Hey, new art. All 6 monitors had been displaying the interior of the store, but now they showed the entrance to the building, the emergency exit, the corridor, the elevator halls, and the emergency stairs. So he had cameras not just inside the building, but outside it too? There was no time to be impressed. The images were covered in white snowy static. I could still see strange figures in the screen.
なんだ
Who are these guys? The building. First floor elevator hall. Second floor elevator hall. Second floor emergency stairs in front of the cosplay shop. Been nothing there a moment ago, but now there were 4 men standing in each of these 5 places. They were silent and did not speak to one another. There were around 20 of them in all. Some were wearing suits, others typical Akihabara's fashions, yet others were wearing military camo. Individually, none of them would really stand out in Akihabara. The fact that so many people had all come to this lonely building at once seemed terrifying.
オキドキここは放置する
Abandoning this location. You bail out when you get a chance to. See you. Evidently, he had been talking to the man at the front counter. Put down the intercom and looked at us.
というわけで
So yeah, we're getting out of here. They pulled out a backpack and began tossing hard drives, memory cards, and other pieces of equipment into it.
そのノート PC も
I'll take that laptop too, please. I stood there blinking as she handed him Kurisu's laptop and hard drive.
おい
Hey,
あいつらは誰だ
who are these people? Are they after Kudesu's PC?
狙われているの？
Wouldn't say. That was a lot of trouble. This has happened before. Well, that's why I keep this job a secret. Seriously? I took the laptop and hard drive from Maho, threw them into the backpack, and slid it onto his back. How are we getting out of here anyway? They're standing right outside the door. It's a shame, because I like this place. Finally time to say goodbye, huh? By his tone, his expression was still serious. He walked to the corner of the room. There was a life-size poster of a golden-haired Vocalo stuck in the wall. Oops, I did not mean to quick save. Vocalo, I'm assuming that's a Vocaloid. Name of the DTM desktop music software for home computers that allow for the creation of a artificial singing voice. Excuse me, Vintan. And he carefully took the poster off the wall, making sure not to damage it. The glass door hidden behind it, which led out to a concrete veranda. This way. Wait, that was how he was going to escape? This was the 7th floor, right? Wasn't time to worry about it. But I went out of the veranda without bothering to wait for us. Maho forward and nudged her to go ahead of me. The veranda was filled with junk, just like the inside. The floor was covered with old PCs and monitors, as well as old arcade games that were clearly broken. There were barely any places to stand. That meant that as long as you ducked down a little, there was probably no way you could be seen from outside. He'd set this up deliberately so he could use it in case of an emergency. And there we escaped like we were in a spy movie. We removed the board that connected the veranda to the next one, moved down to the room at the edge of the building, and then used the emergency ladder to get to the 2nd floor. It was an empty space that Daru rented with some of his acquaintances, and we were able to use the bathroom to escape to an unused room in the next building. Now that I'm thinking about it in retrospect, the fact that we skipped 6 months should have been the first dead giveaway that I did something wrong. Like I said, there's no way nothing happened in those 6 months, so the fact that it skipped that, yeah. So I think, yeah, this is gonna be interesting. This is gonna have to do some experimenting with Amadeus, especially because this one is the closest one I can change. At the beginning, if I ignore Amadeus, that means the rest of the plot changes too, right? These spaces that rented with some of his acquaintances, and we were able to use the bathroom to escape to the unused room in the next building. My blood ran cold when I got a call that the man in front of the cosplay shop had broken in. From there, we planned to escape from the next building's emergency exit. The emergency exit there led out to a different alleyway than the one we'd originally come in, so in theory, they shouldn't have been able to find us. But we were naive. The narrow alleyway between the buildings was dark and deserted. They were waiting for us there as if they'd known exactly where we were going. Hey. We were caught off guard, and before we could run, one of them grabbed Maho. There was no way for us to resist. They grabbed Daru and me, twisted their arms behind our backs, and slammed us to the ground. It wasn't the group who attacked us in the building. We were all wearing full face masks, motorcycle suits, and leather jackets. One of them, the girl holding down Maho, was clearly a woman. There was only one woman I knew who'd attack us while dressed like that. Don't yell. Do what we tell you. Both of them are women? I was right. I knew that voice. Though even with her helmet hiding her face. Otherwise, he's dead. He had Maho with her left arm and took out a military knife with her right. Put the knife up to Maho's throat. Don't do it! Oh, but memories came flooding back to me. Whether it happened in a different world line or not, the merciless voice that had taken my Yuri from me was right here. Gritted my teeth so hard it hurt and glared at the woman in the motorcycle suit. I'll give you what you want, so don't do it! I forced myself to speak, and the woman in the motorcycle suit took the knife away from Maho's neck, handed her over to one of the other men. Then she took off her helmet. Oh, look at you. You have a new style as well. Yeah. Look at Kiryu. So it was you after all. Where is it? Eyes were completely devoid of emotion, like they were on August 13th. I was forced off the ground by one of the others. My arm was still twisted upwards, and as hard as I could not to scream from the pain. Thus, let go of my hand! I can't even talk like this! I was wondering when she'd show up. Moeka slightly nodded to the other men. The hand that was holding me drew back. Finally move again. But I was released too, and he stood up, mumbling something. Maho was still in their hands. I traded for Dr. Hiajo. Daru, give me your backpack. Ooh, right. But I was about to take off his backpack. Don't do it! Don't give it to her! Now just stay quiet. He will kill you. It's not just a threat. But would Krisa be happy if you died over her paper? Maho looked like a small child on the verge of tears. You're glaring at Moeka. Took the laptop and hard drive out of the backpack. This is it. Hand me the backpack too. Let Hiajo go first. Didn't respond. Fine then. I'd have to bluff. You want the passwords decrypted? Don't think about cheating us. Put the two items back in the backpack and handed it over to her. It was all I could do to keep my voice from quaking. Nobody can boot this thing up without the right password. Hackers all over the world have tried and failed. So your one-star safety is guaranteed. I don't want to get killed the moment we hand it over. Of course, I had no clue what the password was. If they found that out, we were doomed. Daru was giving me a questioning glance. I ignored it. Your damn mouth shut, Daru. You're right. Alright, she fell for it. That meant one of you is coming with me. Let two of you go immediately. If the password is correct, we'll let the other one go as well. Damn, that's not good enough. No, we can't be sure the one who stays will be safe. Then all three of you will come with us. This woman! I could feel a cold sweat on my back. Never been involved in a life or death deal before, and I had no idea what to do next. Come this way. Kochi. You were told you're a specialist. Bring the backpack over here. Were her eyes always that red? You come, we'll leave the other two here. Wait, then I'll go. That's fine, right? My superiors told me nothing about you. Can't even say if you really know the password. Damn, she saw through me. Moeka put the knife back to Maho's neck. This definitely feels like another bad ending scenario. Come, quickly. I hear that line said in a more erotic situation. Daru was joking, but his whole body was shaking. What do I do? We're going to kill Daru. As fast as I could, and as hard as I could, but nothing came to me. Nothing came to me. In this world line, Daru was going to live until 2036. Complete the time machine. That much was clear from Suzuha's testimony. The world lines were going to converge, even if Moeka took Daru here. He wouldn't be killed, right? No, but that didn't mean I could leave him here. One of the men with Moeka was looking at his watch. He noticed it too. Might have felt they were taking too much time with the kidnapping done in broad daylight. But that somebody might want to buy it, but there was no counting on that stroke of luck. I need to solve this myself instead of relying on others. Do I need to kill someone first? The cold knife pressed hard against my carotid artery. Maho was screaming, but suddenly it all seemed unreal, like it was taking place in a distant world. It seemed like what happens whenever someone is confronted with their own death. And it was happening to me now. Can't die either way, right? I tried asking myself that. I tried asking Suzuha even though she wasn't here. I tried asking the world. Of course, nobody answered. The fact that I might not die didn't mean I could do something stupid here. A college kid like me would be too scared to move once they had a knife to their neck. I'd seen people die many times, and I'd almost been killed, but I never did get used to it. Thoughts of Khaleesi's blood came back into my mind, and I almost suffered a flashback. My body shook, and it was all I could do to keep from collapsing to the ground. Was there nothing else I could do? When I was about to give up, a black van pulled up and braked hard at one end of the alley, blocking us in. The door opened and out poured men carrying assault rifles. They were all wearing grey military uniforms and face masks. Their eyes were the eyes of trained soldiers. From their huge frames and the color of the skin, it was clear that they weren't Japanese. I immediately realized that this was all real. It wasn't cosplay or anything like that. Those guns were real, and the battle was about to begin. My experience with the August 13th attack and the war zone I lived in until only a few days ago came back to me. It didn't matter who was friend or foe. Word could move the instant I spoke. I saw the attackers and jumped into the shadow of a nearby building. The other rounders spread out too. Ooh, he actually called them rounders. Let go of Maho, who was standing up, confused, in the middle of the alley. The man who was holding me was the only one who reacted a bit too slowly. The sharp noise and the bullet went through the helmet of the rounder who was holding a knife to my throat. As he went down, I went down with him, and I hit the ground hard. The impact made me let go of Dada's backpack. One of the other rounders grabbed it off the ground and ran in the opposite direction of the van. The man got out of the van, evidently the commander, and barked orders in what sounded like Russian. One of the soldiers turned the gun on the fleeing rounder. Body flew up off the ground as both she and the backpack were torn apart. Pieces of the backpack fell to the ground, scattering across the asphalt. The laptop and hard drive were hit with more gunfire than possibly could have been necessary. Khaleesi's laptop and hard disk were turned to unrecognizable scrap in just a few seconds. I crawled behind a light pole without even bothering to look. It really all happened in an instant. I looked around and the Russian soldiers were running towards us. The work on her rounders had vanished at some point, leaving only the two bodies. Soldiers silently recovered the remains of the laptop and hard disk, picked up the bodies of the two rounders, and got right back to their van. They didn't even pause to look at us. There were only a couple of minutes between the time when they arrived and when they left. All that were left were little fragments lying on the ground. Also, I lied. My first ending in the first game was Suzuha's ending, and that was almost a bad ending. Blood from two bodies. Maho, who was lying on the ground and shaking. Dada, who was standing in shock behind one of the buildings. And me, lying on the ground. My heart had been pounding the whole time. I only felt the pain on my neck after it was all over. Evidently, the knife had cut me a little when I had fallen. A while later, we finally heard the sounds of a police car. It was only then I remembered that I was in Akihabara, Japan. The Third World War may have started long ago, and we just didn't know it. I realized that in the face of a war between nations, we truly were powerless. Tenoji! Oh god, wait. No, that's bad. Never mind. Akihabara was in an uproar. There were lots of helicopters in the sky that probably belonged to the media. He escaped to the lab, making sure that no one was following us. Tenoji, guys! Tenoji! It hadn't been that long since we were attacked at the hotel. If the cops found out at the scene of another crime like that, they'd be suspicious for sure. So we ran before the police arrived. Suzuha wasn't at the lab. Maybe she'd sensed what was going on outside and went to check on the time machine. We held our breath and waited. Felt like if we let anyone know we were here, most scary people would burst down the door and charge in. Sheena, do you have any towels here? Yeah, in the washroom. Ho nodded and bought a new towel from the washroom. He handed it to me. Your neck's bleeding. Put this on it. Huh? Oh, thanks. My neck was wet with blood. Fortunately, it was a deep wound. It wasn't long before it stopped. I Handed me the towel, and Maho sat down right on the floor and didn't move. I knew how she felt, especially since this was the second time she's been attacked. And this time, people had died right in front of her. You okay, Yajo? Yeah. She nodded hesitantly, but her face was deathly pale. I realized that she'd been clutching her left hand into her fist this whole time, and there was blood coming out of it. You get hurt? Show me. Huh? Oh. Evidently, she hadn't noticed she'd been hurt. Looking at the left hand, confused. What's wrong? My fingers won't move. That's strange. I'd been holding some small fragment in her left hand, and had frozen around it and wouldn't move. Unit started to shake. Grabbed her hand and forced open her fingers one by one. Whatever it was, she'd been clutching it so tightly that she cut off the blood flow to her fingers, to her very cord. When I forced her hand open, the thing she was holding fell to the floor. What was it? Picked it up.
Oh.
It was a red piece of magnesium alloy. The piece of Kurisu's laptop. Must have grabbed it off the ground when she was running away. He had something so sharp tightly for so long, of course she was going to bleed. Sent it to Maho without a word. The broken fragment and created it in her hands, and stared at it with an empty expression. Suddenly a single line of tears dripped down her cheeks. That it didn't stop. It continued to sob. We're just gonna get the sad endings on this warline, aren't we? It was as if that tiny fragment was Kurisu herself. She headed to her chest and kept crying. Sure, Kurisu feels relieved. She's glad you're safe. You don't need to apologize. Nothing to apologize about. Didn't respond. Oh, it's mine. I took out a cell phone and looked at the message she received. Dr. Leskinen. What's wrong? The office and hotels were ransacked. Isn't mine. They're a mess, he says. See. There was the Rounders, the Russians, or whoever had first surrounded the cosplay shop. Must have been after Kurisu's laptop and hard drive. No backup of that computer's data. Right? That's right. And this is for the best. Kurisu left behind won't be used as a tool to kill billions of people. In the end, I got what I wanted. The data was destroyed before anyone got their hands on it. So little left that I was sure there would be no way to restore it. Wait, why'd the Russians destroy that computer? Didn't they want to get their hands on it? Russia's in the lead in the race for the time machine right now. From their perspective, it'd be great if they could get the laptop. But they probably would rather destroy it than let someone else get their hands on it, right? Probably wanted to avoid a protracted gunfight with the Rounders in broad daylight in Japan. The way they made their decisions made me shiver. They really were professional soldiers. An amateur couldn't do that. What do we do now? Rather not stay here if I can avoid it. Russia might not know about this place, but Marika might. Rounders wanted to move, then Tenoji downstairs might be involved too. We'll move at sunset. It would have been great if Suzuha had come back, but I couldn't get in touch with her. Maho vision. And apparently we get a bath scene. And she looks like death. Maho was sinking into a warm bathtub. You could finally feel blood flowing through her body again. The heat melted the tension away from her muscles. Her injured hand had a litter, but it wasn't unbearable. It felt like she'd come back to life. Once the sun had set, Maho and Rentaro had gone to Ferris to Katia and made Queen Nyan for help. Okay, so we still went to Ferris's house. Ferris's home was at the top of the high-rise condo building on prime Akihabara real estate. From a security perspective, it was superior to the Future Gadget Lab in every way imaginable. Ferris welcomed the two of them, offering them food and a place to sleep. And she even offered them a bath. Maho was a little worried about Itato Hishida. He'd insist on staying to wait for his younger sister Suzuha, and remained alone at the Future Gadget Lab. Oh, so that's why you're worried about it, not about him being a pink Tom, okay? More than an hour had passed since then. Had Rentaro heard anything? Even if they didn't move, that didn't mean this place was safe. The group from this afternoon could attack at any time. It didn't help her feel nervous. That made her feel terrified and vulnerable as she sat naked in the bath. Got out of the bathtub and hurried to the changing room to wipe herself down. Tried to put on the change of underwear Ferris had given her. Can we stop at the fan service, please? And her hands started to shake, and her knees buckled and she fell to the ground. Extreme muscle relaxation after a period of elevated tension and then sudden release. Tried to stay calm by analyzing herself, but that didn't mean she couldn't do anything but lie down. This is bad. Alarm bells were going off in her head. Just about giving up, knowing that it would pass with that time when Ferris popped her head in. Still wearing the maid outfit. Ferris screamed and started to panic when she saw Maho naked and lying on the floor. I swear they said naked like 3 times already. Maho's voice was so weak that Ferris didn't even hear her. Ferris tried to pick her up, the naked Maho, then slipped and dropped her. Maho hit the back of her head on the floor. The little stars dancing across the field of vision. I know I could voice Ferris, but right now her voice is like her voice is very funny, and I need it to lighten up the mood. Going naked. Could I start drinking again whenever I see the word naked? On the floor, face up, Maho tried to force herself to stand, but her arms were too weak. Listen, this will pass soon. Ferris wasn't listening. For some reason, she decided to reach around Maho from behind and try to drag her up. And Rentaro must have heard Ferris' scream because he ran in. Oh my god. What's wrong, Ferris? I wanted to scream, but all that came out was a tiny whimper. I'm really sorry. I mean it. Rentaro lowered his head deeply towards Maho as she lay on the bed. You don't need to apologize. It was an accident. And we're gonna show it to you again in case you missed it the first time. She still couldn't bear to look at him in the face. Remembering the despair and embarrassment she felt when he saw her naked body. Yeah, that's 5 times now. Made her want to bury her head in a pillow and flare her legs back and forth. Make matters worse, she still hadn't been able to stand up after all that, and Rentaro had been forced to carry her to the bed. Yep, the one pose. Never been touched by a boy before, and so it was only today that she realized how rugged male arms were. Being carried was extremely uncomfortable to the point where she'd squirmed around and almost slipped out of his arms. She had no choice but to curl herself into a ball and let Ventaro do whatever he wanted with her, which made her feel very strange. Now she couldn't even bear to look at his face. It was my fault for panicking like that. Rose was sitting next to Ventaro, feet under her knees with her shoulders slumped. No, it's fine. Sorry for scaring you, in fact. Sure, you're okay. You don't need to go to a hospital. All the tension's caught up with me is all. I really worried you. So embarrassed. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Anybody would be scared after what happened today. Anyone would feel sick. Even you? Yeah. See. Get some rest for now, Nia. You can think about what happened after. You can think about what happened and what you're going to do next after you're feeling better. That's right. Yeah. That's what I'll do. Thank you. Maho closed her eyes. Lights went out and Ventaro and Ferris left the room. Lying on the bed and trying not to think about anything, you hear the pounding of her heart. Get louder and softer. The rhythm was very strange. There had a kind of static noise mixed in with her heartbeat, like a broken TV. Was it exhaustion-induced tinnitus? Whatever it was, when she noticed that she couldn't sleep. Think of it. Kabe said he was taking some tranquilizers. I was supposed to do this, but as she looked at the ingredients, she could tell what medications had what effect. She took a look and have him lend her some? If that wasn't possible, she could at least get some over-the-counter anesthetics. Antihistamines to use as a sleep aid. Turned over. At least she heard her voice break through the unpleasant noise. She gulped and leapt out of bed. Terror-stricken, Maho tried to crawl to the door, but her legs wouldn't move like she wanted to. She couldn't stand up. The voice in her ears followed her wherever she went, like a wild animal toying with its prey. All of the hairs on the body was standing up on end. The jaw was chattering so hard she bit her tongue. She desperately crawled across the carpet and towards the door. Was she dreaming this? She woke up to find herself being violently shaken by the shoulders. Looked around the room, panting. She was in bed and Mattel was looking down at her. Her body was sweaty and she felt sick. There was a burning sensation deep in her stomach. Hello, Ventaro. Now we see you from the back. Ventaro looked around. Eris came a moment later, as was the older man who was her butler, but they were simply standing at the entrance of the room, concerned. Sure, it was just a bad dream. The antique clock on the shelf said that at some point it had gone past 1 a.m. No, we're 10 minutes away. She must have slept for hours without realizing it. Yeah, you're right. Guess it was just a dream. Took a painful breath, wiped the sweat off her forehead without realizing that she sounded just like a little child. Sent Ferris and the butler back to their rooms. Sarah brought her a towel from the washroom. Really sweating. You wipe yourself down. As she did as he said and wiped the beads of sweat off her face, chest, and limbs. She was deciding whether or not to wipe the inside of her pajamas when Taro took the hint and turned around. I'm going back to my room. Call me anytime if you need something. How's Hashida? Oh, I just got word. He met up with Suzuha.
そう。
Good night. I was about to leave her bedside. Maho, and she couldn't believe she was doing this, reached out and grabbed the hem of his shirt without thinking. Please. It doesn't have to be for long. Just stay here. Don't leave me alone. I was surprised by what she was saying. The thought of spending this terrible night all by herself was too much for her. Alan must have understood how she felt because he nodded without smiling. Fine. Stay with you till you fall asleep. Thanks. Sorry for asking you to do this. No, it's fine. I had a hell of a time getting to sleep myself. That is weird. Why is his teeth closed when he does that? It's like I'm talking like this, you know? It's definitely how I talk, right? Just keep my teeth closed all the time and just, you know, do smiles each time I talk. And around, so at least wipe off the sweat. Okay. While Ventaro stared back at the door, she took off her pajamas and wiped off the thick layer of sweat that covered her whole body. She tried to put her pajamas on again, but they were too drenched for her to want to wear them. She had no choice but to dive back under the covers in nothing but her underwear, putting the comforter way above her chest. It's okay now. Amidst the dim glow of the nightlight, Ventaro brought a chair to the side of the bed and sat down. I'm watching over you right here. You don't need to worry about a thing. You know you'll be safe. Right? You worried? No, I'm fine. Maho's face felt hot from some feeling that she didn't understand. Sank deeper under the blanket and turned away from Ventaro. Softly closed her eyes. She could feel his presence behind her. Two of them stopped talking, and the only noise was the distant sounds of night coming from beyond the curtain. How long did they spend like that? She was about to fall into a light sleep. She heard a soft voice in her ears. Hiyajo. Are you still awake? Huh? Yeah. Felt herself waking up again. She opened her eyes and turned back towards Ventaro, only to see him staring towards the window, as if he was trying to see some sight that lay beyond it. His profile is so handsome. Amazing that was the thought that came to her. Wrong. Taro seemed unwilling to talk, so Maho decided to speak first. He swallowed loudly. I really meant to tell you this a lot sooner. I didn't have the courage. Sorry. What are you talking about? There was one thing. One thing I haven't told you. Maho leaned forward, not caring that he might see her chest. Told you about the other world line. The Kurisu I met there. About the time machine and the time leaps. About Kurisu and her dad. There's actually one more thing I should have told you. But I just couldn't. He was slumping forward in the chair. Maho waited silently for his next words. At the late hour, she heard a helicopter in the distance. For some reason, it sounded very loud. The news, but it was possible that the media was still talking about the gun battle that had taken place this afternoon. There's something I needed to tell you,
君にだ
and
け
you
は
alone.
絶
When he
対
finally
に話すべ
spoke,
きことだったのに。
his expression was unlike any look she'd ever seen on his face before. It was pained, sad, and suffering, like someone at the bottom of a deep, dark place. And yet there was something in his eyes that hinted at incredible self-hatred and rage.
岡部さん。
Suddenly her chest felt like it was about to burst from pain. I didn't know where the pain was coming from. She wanted Ventaro to stop looking like
あの日、
that day
ラ
at
ジ
the
カ
radio building.
クリスを
The one killed Kurisu was. Hands were forming some kind of shape. He was holding an invisible knife.
クリスを
The one who killed Kurisu
殺したの
was.
もういいわ。
She screamed, unable to take it anymore. She rolled out of bed, forgetting how she was dressed, and covered Ventaro's hands with her own.
いいの。もう
That's enough! Enough!
これ以上言わない
You don't need to say any more.
私は
I believe
あ
you,
なたを
so
信
you
じて
don't need to tell me.
いつか
Someday,
その時が
when
来
the
たら
time comes,
嫌でも
I'm going to make you tell me whether you want to or not.
でも
But that time
そ
isn't
れは
now.
今じゃない。その時が来
Like,
るま
until
で
that time comes,
口を
keep your
つぐんで
mouth
くだ
shut.
さい。
She strengthened her grip and forced him to let go of the invisible knife. They nodded without saying another word. Simply stared at each other for a while. How couldn't look away from his gaze. It was as if he was clinging to something, wandering in search of salvation. He sneezed. Going to catch a cold.
風邪ひくぞ。
And it was only then that she realized that she was holding Ventaro's hands while wearing next to nothing. Ventaro looked a little embarrassed.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. The leaf jumped back into the blankets, got up into a ball and tore out her hair, screaming inside her mind. She let the boy see her naked not once, but twice.
私
This time,
今度こそ
I'm going to
ここに
bed.
いるわ。
邪魔して
Sorry for bothering you.
邪魔
You're
だ
not bothering me at all.
思ってないわよ。でも
Never bring that up again.
さっきの話
え
はこの場限りにして。いい？
Okay?
あ
Yeah.
ありがとう。
Thanks,
ヒヤジョさん。
Yajo. Stop doing the teeth thing. It throws me off.
お礼なんて
I haven't done anything that you should thank me for.
それじゃあ
Anyway,
おやすみなさい。
good night.
おやすみ。
Good night. The room got quiet again. The adrenaline rush kept Maho awake. While she heard snores coming from Ventaro's direction. Evidently, he'd fallen asleep. He must have been tired. He went through the same attack that Maho had. Of course he has. Breathing wasn't peaceful at all. It was pained. He may have been in the grip of some terrible nightmare. Maho hesitated several times, but finally she turned over and stretched out her hand from the blankets. Softly touched the backside of his hand, felt its warmth in her fingertips.
クリスは
What did Kirisa call
あな
you?
たのことを
Wonder.
なんて呼んでいたのかしら。岡部さん、それとも凛太郎
The Ventaro?
だったのかな。
Maybe? Didn't know, but it didn't matter.
しっかりしなさい。
Hang in there.
岡部凛太郎、この私が好き
The
に
man
な
I
った人
fell in
は
love with really that weak?
そんなに弱い男だったわけ。
I had to think about how Kirisa would say those words. Eventually, Ventaro's breathing started to become more peaceful. Relieved, she let go. Changed her mind and grabbed at him again. Got embarrassed as if she was a little kid. At the same time, she felt like now, she might not have any more nightmares. And for the very first time in a long while, she dreamed of a smiling Kurisu. Maho and I stayed at Ferris's days. Maho and I stayed at Ferris's house for several days after that. Now that Kurisu's computer was destroyed, the odds that anyone would come after us had gone way down. There was still a chance. Be extra careful, I stayed away from the lab.
Maho, Rintaro.
The Luskinen looked a little thinner since the last time I'd seen him. Professor, I'm so glad you're safe. You too, Maho. Sounds like you had a rough time. The Luskinen held Maho tightly in his huge arms. The difference in size between them was so great that Maho looked like some kind of stuffed animal. Professor, that hurts. You're hurting me. But the Luskinen and Maho were leaving the country in the afternoon on a weekday. I was the only one who could see them off. They'd been with Maho the whole time instead of only seeing them off. I'd actually just brought her here. Maho, after all, was the kind of person who was incapable of getting to an airport on her own. I was amazed she survived this long given her lack of basic skills. We had held Maho's goodbyes party last night at Ferris's house. Ferris was there and so were Mayuri and Daru, the others from the Christmas party. All was sad to see her go. Thanks for staying with Maho. You've really been a great help. Not at all. So, when can you come to my lab? I cannot hate this man before the turn of events. He wasn't kidding about that, huh? I'll study hard so I can go as soon as possible. Can I contact you when I'm ready? Of course, I'll be waiting. He smiled as he took my hand and shook it. I was really glad to hear it. Meeting Amadeus, my desire to go to Victochondria had only increased. Let me say, thanks, Okabe. Really. If it weren't for you, I might not even be alive right now. You're exaggerating. No, I mean it. I'm really grateful. I'll be waiting for you too. Do your best. Yeah, you too. Good luck with your research. So, Lintalo, as we discussed previously, I'm going to be revoking your access rights for Amadeus today. That's fine, right? Yes. Evidently, they couldn't leave me with access to Amadeus after they left the country. I was only supposed to test her during the stay here anyway. Want to say a final goodbye to Kurisu? Yeah, you're right. Can I say something to her real quick? Of course. Have the icon for Amadeus. What? Do I get a goodbye too? This was expressionless for some reason. Guess so. You not need one? Say goodbye to Maho before me, right? He did. Maho interjected before I could speak. I hope so. Kurisu was inside my screen. Was it a good thing that I spoke to her like this? Or a bad thing? In the end, I knew I needed to forget about Kurisu Makase, but I couldn't. And escape from this curse. I lose access rights? We won't be able to see each other anymore, will we? Well, I am slightly grateful that you gave me someone to talk to. There's a chance you're coming to Dr. Leskinen's lab, right? I'll make sure to remember you until we meet again. You're such a tsundere. How does that term not come up till now? Character who is soon, prickly and cold in public, but who becomes dare, warm and loving in private. Oh, so that's where the meaning of the name comes from. the personality type itself. However, in recent years, the definition has become somewhat vague.
ツンデレ？何それ？知らない言葉を使わないで。
Then why is your face red?
この子。
He's blushing.
クリスはシャイだね。ははは。
This was shy, darn it.
もう教授まで。
Gee, he's not your too, Professor.
元気で
Stay
と
healthy.
いうのは
Probably isn't the right thing to say. You don't get sick.
君はあまり
Don't tease Hyaju so much.
のことをからかうなよ。
はいはい。
Right, right. You don't need to tell me. I already know.
それならいいんだ。
I hope so.
あんたがいつか。
Hope someday your smile doesn't look so sad.
そうに笑うんじゃなくて、心の底から
Hope someday you can smile for real.
が来るといいわね。
Guess even an AI could see right through me. Isamakase really was one hell of a woman.
それじゃ。
Bye.
あ、
Yeah. Guess it disappeared from my screen. I still have fire, Gecko! I turned to Dr. Luskinen and nodded, deleting the Amadeus icon from my screen.
アクセス権の解除は
We'll handle the paperwork for the access revocation on our own later.
テスターとして
Thanks for your help with the testing. Got some really valuable data.
貴重なデータが取れた。
こちらこそ
No, thank you.
ありがとうございました。
I bowed deeply to both Maho and Dr. Luskinen. I watched the plane take off into the distance. I noticed that I felt like there was a hole in my heart. I pushed my phone tightly. Connection to Amadeus was gone. Presage or recognize. I think this is a good place to stop.
今日から私とあなたは正式な親子になるのよ。
Like we started the stream in hell, I think we're gonna start the stream here before we go into what did they say it was? Presage or recognize. Yeah, this is a good place to stop because we have reached a good stopping point. Wait. What did the chapter say? It doesn't say chapters, I just realized that. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna stop there. Oh my god, it's interesting because this definitely is structured pretty differently from Steins Gate, the original. It's gonna be a while before I figure out everything that happened. So I did look into some comments on Steins Gate, and I saw people say that the different endings for this game delve a lot deeper than the different endings for the last game. They basically explain character motivations and stuff like that, so... I mean, I assume the true ending probably... Well, once you recognize all the character attributes, it would make a lot more sense, but... I'm gonna try to get all the other endings before I get the true ending. I already got the bad ending, I don't want to go through that again. But yeah, I'm gonna keep on... Maybe I'll study the routes offline. Just so I have a good idea of what to do next, so next stream I'm not like, what do I do? What? Want to say something? Yeah, go ahead. Hopefully this VOD doesn't get deleted for that scene. I can take the skip feature off now because, well, the new routes, we're not going to be skipping anything. Wow, we went a good 5 hours. Proud of myself. I'm proud of how late it is, but I'm proud of myself. One of the other endings needs to be done right before you attempt it. Interesting. So to get one of the endings, you have to get a different ending literally right before it. So say I get that ending, but then I do a couple other endings. I can't do the true ending then? That is really weird. But, I'm gonna talk to you about this later, but let me know about what ending I should go for last. I feel like that would be a good one, so that way I can, just do one and then do the other. Instead of having to do that one by accident, and doing other endings, but then having to do it again. Although, couldn't I also save it, do that ending, and then get the true ending? To be fair, none of these have actually been called chapters. Oops. Yeah, they've literally just been called titles. Just tells you the playtime and, It's interesting though, the playtime goes off of what I went off of. It would have been nice if the playtime actually went off of the full entire time I've been playing, so even if I go back to previous saved routes, it would still update the time. You can see it when they're introduced? Okay. I didn't know that. Yeah guys, that's gonna be it for today. So much for watching. Apologies to all the youngins who saw stuff. Anyways, gonna head to bed, and I'll see you guys. If I have time tomorrow, I'll stream tomorrow. But I'm gonna be hanging out with friends around like 5, 6 o'clock. So if I get back early enough, I could stream a bit, kind of like today. The menu will tell you your full playtime. Don't worry. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you for that, Harrison. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna try to be live tomorrow, and Brian, the fuck are you doing? I'm going to bed. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. What the fuck am I supposed to do about this? No bed for you. Thank you, Brian, so much for the raid. Hi, everybody from Brian's stream. I don't know, cry. Okay, I mean, I already did that at the beginning of the stream, so I can't do that at the end. Don't wait for our stream out. Now you must continue the stream. Quick, redirect them. Oh god, no. I have to get up for work in 5 hours. I cannot continue stream. Brian, why on earth would you tell them that? Why on earth would you tell them that? Guys, Brian lied to you. I can't stream. I can't stream longer. Come on. I spent too much time talking. I should have just left. God damn it. Would you rather me call you by your old name? Thank you, Mama Bobs, for the follow. It's much appreciated. And then you have a Baby Bobs? Was Papa Bobs? Oh, his name was Charlie. I'm dying right now. I just hear my brother like dying of laughter, and I look at him and I'm like, what are you doing? And then I look at my chat and I'm like, oh, well. Oof, none of them know that name. Brian or Brian? Brian. It's Brian. I thought his name was Raccoon. What were you streaming so late? Minecraft? I haven't played that game in years. Baby Bobs has followed. Now we just need the Papa Bobs and we have the Family Bobs. Block game called Minecraft. We're sliding down. Yeah, okay. That sounds like something Brian would do. We're forced into slavery. Don't act like you didn't like it. Because that was a cry for help. Alright, ignored. Oh my god, show love 100. Thank you so much, Baby Bobs, for the 100 bits. Guys, I don't know how to react to this. I was literally like 50 seconds from ending before I got that right. And now I got butts. So many butts. Well, maybe you should just go for 2 more hours. I could. And then I'd be live till 3 in the morning. And then I have to get up for work at 6. You guys honestly want me to go for 2 more hours. You have to wake up in 5 hours as well. Not like you're gonna stick around though. You can just fall asleep and I'll be like still streaming. Come on, get down with the thickness. Get up, come on, get down with the thickness. I'm surprised Twitch still allows buddy emotes. Thought they were cutting down on them quite a bit. Well, I guess I'll give myself a quick introduction to Brian's community. I just got approved. Oh, the butt. Just got approved for butts. But yeah, hi guys, I am Dervish16. Dervish for short. Dervish, you can call me either of those. I am a variety streamer. I recently have been playing a lot of visual novel style games. So Danganronpa is my favorite series. Steins Gate I started a couple weeks ago, and I'm playing through Steins Gate 0 right now, but I also play... It's Bob's Community, I stole it. He's a theft. Yeah, he's a theft. He's not a thief, he's a theft. Unless if you need sleep raid someone else, we can be the problem. Is there consent? But I am a variety streamer, so I do play a lot of Nintendo games. Such as Splatoon, Mario Kart, Smash Brothers. You just made fun of me in Discord, rip. Oh, visual novels take a lot of time, okay? Yeah, I get the private chats. He gets all of the private chats. There's like no stream delay here, I'm impressed. Yeah, I have low latency turned off. Once I got my new computer, I can stream a lot better than before. But, Ryan, this is a PG-18 stream. Please keep it PG-18. You're being PG-21. Oh fuck, sorry. Shit. But yeah, I'm using low latency on my new laptop, so yeah, you guys get the messages like 3 seconds. PG what? Don't worry about it. Do not worry about it, alright? I'm offended by all the fucking sweating! That's your laptop. Thanks. It was actually a year ago I got it. I had a laptop that I got for graduation, and I had that laptop work for 4 years. And then it just kind of crashed and burned on me. To be fair, I have dropped it so many times. But I went to Best Buy, got myself a gaming laptop. I do want to build my own PC in the future, but gaming laptop from now works. I could bring this quality. Did you save the game you played? Yes, I did. So for you guys who don't know what Steins Gate is a visual novel game about time traveling. That is the smallest explanation I can give you guys without spoilers. And you are safe. Now, to be fair, you never had a setup, which is why it felt so much. Yep, that was fun. Yeah. I'm gonna see who's live real quick. I wanna see if I can raid someone. Because, I don't know, guys, I would love to continue streaming for you guys, but I really should get some sleep. Hmm. I don't know, I'm seeing who's live right now, and I don't know. I don't see any, like, close streamers I would raid. Well, for starters, how many of you guys know what Steins Gate is? Like, have you guys seen this game before? Or even watched the anime? Never seen it before. Hmm. Well, it's one of the most... Well, the anime is one of the most top-rated animes of all time. But I played the visual novel because the Steins Gate Elite came out a couple weeks ago. And it combines the anime with the visual novel, which is really cool. Oh yes, it does trauma. If you guys saw my last stream of Steins Gate, like the original Steins Gate, I cried. I cried a lot, okay? I mean, you got all the... It's really interesting because... Oh, right, God, I keep on forgetting. This game is not meant for mouse controls, so... Sorry. Gamepad controls. So... It moves my mouse with my controller, it's weird. Oops. Yeah, the point of this game is that... This looks really ominous right here. But it's an interesting visual novel. Got some fun voice acting. And multiple endings as well. And you can see some of the, like... Of course this is the first image I've noticed. I'm like, yep, that's the kind of game you guys want to see, right? Objection! Okay, I'm gonna raid someone, guys. Anime. Titties. Hey, I didn't even show you the naked scenes, okay? We're not going down there. Did I raid Nos? Did I just give Nos a raid? Oh my god, you guys. Alright, at this point I'm delaying, so I think I'm going to end stream and raid Nos. Do it again, I wasn't looking. Ah, that's Tyler's emote. Where's Tyler been? I haven't seen him for... Okay, yep. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna raid Nos. He died. Oh, whoop, rip. Thanks for inviting me to the funeral, guys. Oh, so people are time traveling and bringing him back to life and then killing him. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go host, how do you... Wanna know a fun fact? I actually don't think I've ever raided with the new system before. Like, do, like, slash raid. Time assassins, wibbly wobbly. Wait, did Nos go offline? Oh my god. What? I don't know what to do then. This is fine. Just end it here. Let it die. Yeah. I'll let it die. Yes, I had a chance, but I didn't do it. Damn it. Can I time leap backwards and do it? Can I just time leap in general and, you know, just undo all this? Make sure it never happened. Okay. Yeah, guys. I'm gonna end it here. Can't find anyone to raid, but... oh well. Thank you guys so much, though. Thank you, Brian, for the raid. Much appreciated, dude. Also, I don't know if I talked to you about this, but I am going to Versus Expo, so... I don't know, if you're going, go to meet up. Come into my chat. Do not raid me! Send a email to the past. Tell Brian to not raid you. Dude, I want to go. Yeah, nice to meet you too, Baby Babs. And Mama Babs as well. Hopefully there's a Papa Babs somewhere. Otherwise, I'm really curious about Baby Babs' existence. You don't think it's gonna work? Ah, that sucks, dude. Well, who knows? A month away, so... maybe some miracle can happen? Sleeping Papa Babs. Yeah, I've started enough, guys. I'm gonna head to bed. I'll be live again, hopefully tomorrow with this, if I get back from hanging out with my friends early enough. Miracles happen once in a while when you believe. If you guys want to check out what Steins Gate is about, I definitely suggest looking at the anime, because, like I said, it's one of the best rated animes on the internet, so... It does get a little confusing at the beginning, but once you reach, like, the halfway point, it gets really good. Trust me. I would recommend the visual novel, but that takes about 40 hours to get through the entire thing. Have a good night, guys. I'll see you guys some other time. Bye.